Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Thursday, July the 25th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, Green. And anybody in YouTube, and there's Torty 1911, like clockwork. Okay, guys, so I've had some technical issues this morning, so I couldn't get my, an intraday chart to work. And I cannot get my go-no-go charts to work. So I have not been able to really take a look at what's happening. I know the POAI is up. I know Mira is up. QS is down. I don't know what happened with QS. QS, I don't know if there's some news on this one. Let me get this. And I'm hung up. Shoot. I'm having some issues, guys. Definitely having some issues here. I'm now hung up. Hopefully you guys are not having the same issues. Was it results? What was is QS an earnings play? Okay. Wider Q2 losses. I say that now. Yeah, so I'm hung up, guys. I'm going to have to end the task. I'll be right back. All right, guys, let me get my layout up and running again. Yeah, where's Pepe? No kidding. No, I think this is out of his jurisdiction. Yeah. All right. So this is what I was talking about. I'm not getting any 15-minute data. I have to now I have to duplicate this chart. That chart seems to be corrupted somehow. I don't want to dwell on it. Okay, guys, let's see now. So yeah, we had the POAI, Mira, and as somebody pointed out, QS is an earnings play, so that just got thumped down on earnings. Is this truly an earnings play? Yeah, well, let me get the QS here. Yeah, it is an earnings play. I'm sorry, I wasn't doubting you. Just my single top window did not change to QS. So earnings play. So wow, yeah, that's a big thump down, guys. 17%, big float, 364 million in the float. That is a big drop with that sort of a float. So, and yes, buenos dias, Mr. Pirata. It appears so, Pepe. Look at, I'm just going to, one thing, I'm just going to go to my doc channel bar. I'm going to go to my go no go. And you see, I'm not getting any data here. This is at least I was able to get the data back in here. I had to delete that chart. Maybe the chart was corrupted, but I'm not getting any. I cannot get any a chart in go no go. I cannot get anything in a go no go chart. So maybe somebody could check that. I don't know. So Bally is soaring 25% after inking a merger deal with Standard General, which is already the company's largest common shareholder. Okay, that's Bally, BALI. By the way, you guys, when I was having my difficulties. I was watching that CMAX. What a mess. I mean, seriously. I mean, that thing, I was waiting on this one all day yesterday to see if it would have a nice pop at the end. It didn't happen. And this morning, so look at this. It got up to 540 and it came right back down to 362. I mean, it's pretty bizarre. That is weird then for me, Pepe. How could I possibly be having problems? And look what I can do. You see, if I duplicate I duplicate it. Okay, data, right? All right, we're okay. Except the minute I click on another chart or symbol, I won't get my data. It's really bizarre. Alonso, okay. I don't understand what you mean. You're on binary. Good morning. So sorry, guys. I really don't. Because I haven't been able to do any of my pre-market work. I'm not really. I know I don't have a list of the stocks. I know this one. Wow, this one got hammered down. TWOU. I think PBM is just over $1, is it not? Yeah, just over $1 PBM. Where did it come from? 39 cents. So there's your news for this one. Okay, so this is one of those psychedelic plays. Psilocybin out of Australia. Looks like it's out of well, it's Canada. What did I say? Australia here. To Australia. I say we're going to part of the Commonwealth, so we're able to export this to Australia. Is I didn't even see what the POAI news is. So this is predictive oncology enters biomarker discovery market after successful, etc. Okay, yeah, well, completely different sectors, of course. Oh, okay, guys. Did Mira have any news? Probably. Yeah, actually, they did have some news. Okay, new insights garnered from additional recently received. So the new insights. Okay, so they released the news 3 days ago. Okay, popped the stock up. Now they're saying we have new insights on that data that we released. You are probably right, Oliver. I don't want to give away any secrets here. But you know what you're doing. Yeah, I do know. I do know. And he must have held it overnight. Obviously, he held it overnight. Let me see if this is, I can load this one. So the master challenge, hopefully that is going to populate for me. Yeah. So that's, yeah. Look at this, guys. Yeah, Manish. This is our leaderboard, guys. Now, this was not a pre-market trade. He held this overnight, and as Oliver, the sleuth that he is, let's put it this way: it's more than likely Mira. Okay, so must have held that overnight. So now he has taken a huge lead now. Lazar was leading all day yesterday. And there's Pepe down there, and there's where's Oliver? Oliver. Oh, there you are, just ahead of Pepe. Okay. So again, guys, this is the challenge. This is the contest that we've started yesterday. Runs till tomorrow. Whoever wins $3,000 Amazon gift certificate. And there's Grumpy. Okay, guys. Let's think of it. I'm just going to keep that on my other monitor. Okay, let's see. Anything else happening? This is an earnings play, probably. Yeah, MXL earnings play. Another thump down. Wow, 27% down for Max Linear MXL earnings play. 76 million in the float. Looking left, you have got some room. I see I have this one thumbnail, guys. SLRX. I do see this one is starting to move a bit. Yeah, I'm bowing out of all this, Spanky. I hear what you're saying. I know that there's all sorts of stuff going on in the background. I know that maybe there's a symbol list going out. Well, that was the information I had at the time, Shady. Okay, so SLRX, guys. SLRX. Let's see. It's up 8%. A little bit of volume coming in. Yesterday's high was 250, 253. The only thing I can think of, Pepe, is maybe my whole layout is or something. I have corruption in my layout. That chart was obviously corrupted, and so maybe when I get to my other layout, maybe that'll help. That'll happen in about 5 minutes. So let's take a look at the major sectors, guys, and see what's happening ahead of the market open. All right, guys. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy. When you see 63% in red, that means that 63% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. Now we're in for basically a flat open. I see the SPY is just up a little bit. TAN, the solar ETF, guys. So having a little, not much volume though. Now Lumen, guys, is this an earnings play? LUMN. No, this is not an earnings play. It's a cheap one though. I'm hearing MXL, guys, MXL over and over and over again. So it must be continuing to move down. Yeah, look at this Maxilinear. I mean, this really getting hit hard here. 30%, 30% on earnings. Okay, guys. Yeah, so being just thumped down on earnings, MXL. See if anything else is sneaking in here. This is LPSN. I think this LPSN actually had a no, it was down yesterday too. Like most stocks were down yesterday. Look at the Dow down 500. Wow, the NAS was down 600, 650. I did see this VKTX. VKTX is also an earnings play, guys. And let me write that one down on my list. VKTX is also an earnings play. And that's a decent looking gap here, 17%. Decent looking gap. If it can get over around 60, got $1 to go. No, even a little bit more. I'm looking at the daily, I'm looking at the weekly chart. The next high looking left is 60.25. So actually it's over $1 away. Couple of weekly highs right there. That may stall it. Meanwhile, your POAI coming now, the next high on the weekly chart for that one is 259. So that's getting close to potentially some resistance. And if you look a little bit further left, there's another high in that area, 262. So that 260 level, if you guys are anybody in this one, that could be an area where it could stall. If you're in this one a lot earlier. I'd love to be looking at my go no go chart to see what's happening on this one, but I just don't. For some reason, it's not loading for me. Let's take a look at Mira because I'm watching how the leaderboard. I know what I'd be doing. I know if I would, what I'd be doing when it got up to 380. All right, here's another. Wow, here's another massive gap down, guys. Look at this one. Over half a billion in the float, and this is down 24%. This is EW, Edwards Life Sciences, through the 200-day moving average, and this is an earnings play. Wow, another massive gap down on earnings. So on a weekly chart, where could this keep going? Or where could it maybe find some support? Maybe around the 64 level, maybe. Okay, Alan. So that's an impossible question to answer. Okay. I mean, $60 is not a lot of money, obviously, to try to make money in the market. But it's also an impossible question to answer. All depends. Sounds like you're very, very, very new. So you have probably no trading experience whatsoever. You have to know how to understand how to read charts and all of that. But I mean, $60 is obviously not a not a lot of money to invest. Okay, there's the Bally guys again. The Bally with their that some kind of a, I don't know if it's a merger exactly. It is, yeah, it is a merger deal with a big shareholder they had, the company's largest common shareholder. So this is a buyout. Okay, so at 1825, so this is basically a buyout. Okay. So listen, if you're a learner, Alonso, what I can do for you is if you go to click on my homepage link. I'm going to put that in here. You can click on my homepage link. Okay. And if you click on it, we've got something called Trading 101. That's a series, and it's all free. Okay. A series of videos that I think can help any new trader. And it's all about, understanding how to read chart patterns and a lot more to it than that. But I would take a look at this if you're brand new. Okay, guys. Anything else showing up? How about this INDV? Yeah, look at this INDV. This is an earnings play. Wow. Now this is an interesting one. INDV, good volume already. There's a big float, 134 million. But look at this gap up. And when you look left, the next high is 1553. So this has got a ton of room. INDV. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but that is a big, big pop up on earnings for INDV. And they're also doing a $100 million, well, up to $100 million share buyback. That's a big move, guys, obviously. Meanwhile, yeah, POAI now, is it getting to, wow, through the 200-day now, through that 200-day moving average, right at it. 244 is the 200-day moving average, so it's at 254 right now. And what was that high? 260. So 260. Those are the areas that I was, if you're in this one, just to be, well, a couple of things, obviously, where I didn't realize I didn't realize the 200-day was up there, but also 260 on the weekly chart. And of course, it's a low float, 4 million in the float. Wow, getting right at that 260 now. Okay, guys, I am now going to change my layout. I'm going to maybe hope that this layout is somewhat corrupted and my layout that I use is okay. And maybe I'll get my go no go charts. So give me a moment. Nope. Something is really strange on my system here, guys. I'm glad it's not happening to you guys, but nothing in my go no go charts. Wow, that's really strange. Pepe, come on, earn your keep today. All right, guys. So yeah, typically I don't trade in the first 15 minutes. So and if you have the AI now, I know there's some kind of a list that's going out. Stop this stupid surfing. So Mohammed, when you say you have the same problem, you can't get your layout. Now my layout is okay. I mean, well, I can load my layout. This chart I had here, in fact, now what I'm going to do is make sure I save this layout. This chart that I had here, though, in my original layout would not load. I had to duplicate and then get rid of it. So some for some reason that chart was corrupted, but I'm getting so used to using the go no go charts though that this is bothering me and I don't have access to them. That's weird. How could that be? Hmm. Now, where do I find that in my backups folder? Never had to do that. It's only right now. Right now, it's only the go no go that's being affected. So I'm going to maybe at lunchtime. Wow, wow, that POAI. So it's over that 260. All right, maybe I will try that. All right, I'll try that, Pepe. Just let me see. Just for so, guys, yeah. I know there's a minute to the open. Let's see if I can open this one. Well, I'm embarrassed to say I don't know how to open this. Just give me a moment, guys. I'll get my layout up and running again. I know. I apologize for all this, guys. I'm just trying to see if I can get something, as Pepe is suggesting, an old layout. Okay, guys, I'm going to have to figure that out later, Pepe. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hey, now that's weird. Look, I'm getting data now, and that's not the layout. Okay, cool. Okay, guys. Core. So we've got our first halt of the day, KORE, and this may give me something to trade. This may give me something to trade because I'm looking at this halt. So there's the halt, 356. Waiting to see now if it can somehow open, maybe close to 356, maybe dip below 356, and then pop above 356. That is sometimes where I'll take a trade. So I've just got to wait and see how this opens. Unless somehow I did load that back out. I didn't think I did it correctly, or that backup, but anyway, we're good to go. Yeah, here's the CMAX again. Just be awfully careful with this. I mean, that was brutal. I mean, that was a big pop right up. What time was that? That was 8:15. A big pop right up to a 5:30 something, and then in a heartbeat, it came right back down to 360. So be careful. Just did. Thank you, Pepe. Yeah, reminding me. All right, so here's PBM. Now PBM just got halted on the way down. Wow. 137. So I got halted on the way down. JAGX halted, or not JAGX, not halted on the way down. Another big giant red candle moving down. So what's the market doing? SPY is down a little. NAS is down a little. Dow is up a little. And POAI really pulled back. Now this one, PWOU. Oh, so interesting. I can't remember why this happened. I didn't see the news, but this actually got halted on the way up now. A little bit of a bounce play. PWOU. So this is a bankruptcy filing. Okay, so that's the reason for TWOU. It's moving down because they filed Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Yeah, I'm seeing this BLMZ also, BLMZ. And now we've got LKQ halted on the way up or down. On the way down, LKQ halted on the way down. This is another earnings play, guys. That's a big drop. Boy, super active already. Well, let's take a look at the CMAX. I got halted on the way down, I guess. More interested in the core though, the core. Let's take a look again. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. This blue screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? This column here is trying to give a glimpse as to where it could open. And if it is a 5-minute halt, which typically they are, there we go. Let's see, what did it open at? Okay, well, this is kind of weird. Bad spread, 330, 356. That's pretty weird. Well, it is below, but it is big pullback from that 356. Man, I just was mentioning the SLRX guys. Look at it move now. SLRX, X as in xylophone or X-ray. Just want to race. Look at this. I'm surprised it is halted. Sorry. I was going to say, I'm surprised it's not halted. I was just talking about that just before the market opened. The reason I knew about it, I have this one thumbnailed and I saw that little pop here. All right, the same thing. Doesn't look good though. Well, good. If you're in it, it's looking great. So there's the halt, 316. Here's the potential where it could open, 338, which is obviously above 316. So my hope would have been that it would open, maybe pop a little bit above the 316, maybe come down below the 316, and then scoot through it again, and that's where I would take the trade. But it looks like it's going to pop way above the 316. Okay, our leaderboard now, guys. So Manish obviously got out of that trade that he was in that popped him way ahead. He held that overnight. So we have a new leader. Lazar basically was lead. Hey, there's our Oliver. Where's Pepe? Pepe, come on, man. I know you're helping me. So Oliver basically doubled because you were at about 8,000. Now you've basically doubled. All right, guys. Funko, FNKO, FNKO. Is an earnings play? Is not an earnings play. FNKO. Okay, so what is POAI is now pulled into the VWAP, guys. 210. 210 is the VWAP. So will that VWAP really hold it and act as support? 210 is the VWAP. And CMAX resumed. This is, this is really ugly. Ugly looking chart now, guys. I mean, huge topping tails, bottoming tails. So this one just opened. LKQ just opened. Again, this is an earnings play. Got halted on the way down. Okay, guys, there's the POAI. Looks like that VWAP is trying to hold it. Again, there's the VWAP at 211 into the VWAP. And it looks like it's trying to hold it. Really got to keep an eye on this SLRX, guys. Where is it going to open? It looks like it's going to have a giant open, 350. So this is going to be more than a 5-minute halt, obviously. You got halted at 9:35 plus 38 seconds. So this is, we're past 9:40 plus 38 seconds. So typically they are multiples of 5. So this could open at 9:45 plus 38 seconds. And I see we have our first AI alert. Which one are you talking about, Mac? The AI? Or I have a 15-minute delay on purpose on this one, but are you talking about the AI? Our AI? There's a 10, nothing will happen at least until 10 minutes. And you can see there's one right now at 9:42. Is that what you're talking about? Oh, Brokerage Plus works all the, no, Brokerage Plus, you can trade in the pre-market. You can trade market hours, of course. Is there's no delay, if that's what you mean. Maybe I'm not understanding your question. So this is really having a bounce here, guys. This TWOU is having a bounce. Well, now CMAX is halted on the way up. A lot of action already, and the halts resumes this morning. Take a look at Sear. Here, what are you? Is this an earnings play? It's not an earnings play. CERE, not an earnings play. Man, look at this. Look at all these halts. KDLY halted on the way down. Now, Ford is an earnings play, guys. Ford is an earnings play. This is a gap down and go. Ford is an earnings play. Got down through the 200-day moving average. All right, guys. Nice one from the AI so far. Look at the VKTX 6172. It's also showing up in the gap up and go. So we had the alert at 6172 before it pulled back at all. It moved $2. What do I think of Mira? I think Mira is a very ugly looking 15-minute chart with all the topping tails and bottoming tails. It's very difficult to figure out which way it's going to go. That's all I can say right now for Mira. They had some news. Well, I think it's a minor rehash of the news they released here. All right, now guys. Now Hut is of course a crypto play, and this is moving down a gap down and go. This is not an earnings play. I'm just looking at crypto. Let's take a look at IBIT. IBIT is weak ending. Yeah, so IBIT is down. Took a chance. I took a chance, Pepe. All right, so the SLRX just opened, and yeah, so look at that. It popped. It was halted at what price? 316. We're at 380 now. Man. And what's the float? Yeah, $1 million in the float. I don't see any specific news on it today. And where could it go? So the high 2 days ago, it was 725. There's the 200-day moving average, 443. This is the one I think I had a price alert set for 15, perhaps, or is it 16? Dawn, DAWN. Look at SLRX. So look what happened yesterday with this one. You can see it had a massive move and then a massive drop. So that's what traders are looking at today too. I mean, it's hard to have a lot of confidence in this move up so far, but and the daily, I'm sorry, that was not yesterday. That was 2 days ago. That was 2 days ago. Well, this company that filed for Chapter 11 is just having a bounce. TWOU. Meanwhile, CMAX is wow, is it choppy? American Airlines. Okay, American Airlines for some reason. Well, it had a big drop in the pre-market. This is an earnings play. Big drop in the pre-market, but now popping back up. Actually is now positive. Another earnings play, guys. As I say, we're in earnings season in a big way. HP, another earnings play, not Hewlett Packard. This is Helmerich and Payne. So this is another earnings play, HP. The high last week was 42.19. So there is room, and that is the same, basically the same as the daily. Yeah, as I thought, we're going to get a lot in the continuation or reversal scan. Now that we're in earnings season, a lot of these are going to be earnings plays. You know, it's a gap down and now a potential reversal, STM. I actually should put an earnings column in here, but my guess is that most of these are earnings plays. There's DOW, Dow. A lot of these are gapping down and reverse. I'm going to share this. You know, I'm sharing all my scans that you can see here, plus others I have. Now, this is not an earnings play. Seal case, for some reason, is moving up. SCS. How's Ford doing now? Did it? No, it is still moving down. Ford is an earnings play. F is an earnings play. Yeah, man, oh man, look at that SLRX. Well, getting right into that 200-day moving average, 444. What did it get to? It got to 439. So that so far, that blue line you see in my daily chart, that is the 200-day moving average. So far, that has stalled it. Now, if somehow it takes that out, then I'm going to put an alert above it in case it takes that out, because it may challenge that high of 2 days ago. Look at that CMAX now. CMAX down again, halted on the way down. This is really, really a whippy trader today. This is one of the favorites from Trade Ideas. Some of the traders at Trade Ideas in this one. I don't know if they're still in it. This has been a pretty big drop from 16 now down to 10. This is this SMR. Take a quick look at our leaderboard now in our contest. Manish is still way above now, above Lazar, who basically led all day yesterday. But Manish had one very nice trade that he held overnight, and that popped him into the lead. Yeah, we're seeing this trend, guys. I mean, some of these real cheap ones popping and then just giving it up. Look at that big topping tail, 428, right back down to 3. And haven't seen this one for a while, but this EZFL, another one halted on the way down. Man, a lot of halts on the way down. I'm sorry, that resumed. I'm sorry, but that was halted. I see what happened. This was probably when it was halted. It was under 20,000 shares, and that's my minimum volume has to be at least 20,000 shares. A lot of gap down and reversals, and a little bit strange because it's not like the market is bouncing. Okay, but we're getting quite a few. Anything you see in light blue here doesn't mean they're going to keep, bouncing up, but anything in blue here is a gap down and reversal. And normally you would expect the market maybe to be helping a little bit, but not. So it's hard for me to commit to these reversals with the market, continuing to kind of drift down. It doesn't look good for Mira, guys. I've got that one thumbnailed also. And look at that big pullback now for SLRX. Well, definitely one nice one from our AI guys. We had an alert at 6172 for the VKTX. All right, Bally. Now, I'm not going to trade this one. This is a merger, so I don't know what the merger price is. I think I saw it was a little bit higher than this, but this is a merger, Bally. Oh, man, another one, guys. Look at this bullfrog. Big pop up to 378, pull all the way back down to 3, just like that. Very, very choppy. Let's take a look at, I have this one thumbnail. That's why I see it, but let's take a look at IVP. This is another super active one, of course. So it is above yesterday's high. Yesterday's high was $7, so it's a little bit above that. The next high looking left, wow, it's 984. So it got slammed down. It was a big, big mover. And then 3 days down with the market, basically kind of with the market. Now we've got a red bar now. So these bounce plays, I am high, and even going long anything on the gap up and go. I'd be more inclined to be taking a look at the gap up and reversals. This one would have been awesome, except I have no shorts. I have no shorts for this one, MIRA. So again, gap up, reverse. So if the market is going to do something like this, you would expect that you're going to get more benefit out of looking at the ones that have gapped up and starting to reverse. Well, your POAI, you say you're out of it now. It is still. Okay, guys, I'm interested in this one on a gap, a gap up and reversal. INDV. This is it is an earnings play. It's a big float, so it shouldn't be too volatile. 134 million in the float. Problem with it is just not too active trading right now, and a bad spread. So I'm going to back off it. I'd much rather take a look at some of these gap down and goes, SMR. Wow. Okay. It broke down through 10 now, guys. It did break down through 10. Okay. I'm very interested in this one. The next low looking left is 922 on the weekly chart. Breaking down under in my opinion, a very psychological number, 10 for SMR. I'm really watching the SMR, guys. I think I'll take it if it gets into the 80s. Just want to see if it can really get down below that 10 level. All right, I took it. I took it already. Okay. And if it gets over 10 on out, that's the SMR, but a little bit ahead of the 80s. Whoa, is it ever? I don't look at it now. Don't look at it now, Keshki. So I have to check. Well, I think was it 260? I thought was the important level for POAI before. 243 was the yeah, it was the area right over here at 260 level on the weekly chart. So it's above that now. 3 might be the next tough level to get through. You're looking at this weekly chart, might be. I had a little. No, I mean, I wanted a lot more out of the SMR. Yeah, if it sneaks over 10, I'm out. Just tracking the SPY here, guys. Yeah, so there's our 9:30 candle. Here's our 9:40 or 10 o'clock. So yeah, 9:30 opening candle. So we are now half an hour down. This candle is just 5 minutes into it. I'm very close to exiting my position. With the SMR, it's just hanging at that 10 level. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I'm just watching the SMR, basically where I shorted it. So, okay. Little bit of a move down. Wow, look at that. Don't look, Keshki. POAI challenging 3 now. Take a look at our leaderboard here, guys. So Manish is now expanding his lead a little bit over Lazar. He's in something that he's up $3,300. Oliver hanging tough in third place. Pepe is probably not. Well, you made a little bit today. Come on, SMR, collapse for me a little bit more. All right, now here is a silver play, guys. Silver play, PAAS. I don't know. It's not an earnings play. PAAS, Pan American Silver Core. This is not an earnings play. So before we even look at shorting this one on the gap down and go, of course, we'll have to take a look at what silver is doing. SLV, and I'm sure silver must be down. So silver is down. Gold is probably down. GLD, which is interesting. Yeah, gold and silver. So the precious metals are down. Okay, well, got a little bit now. Getting a little bit better now with the SMR on the short. How's the NNE doing? Yeah, so it is doing the same thing basically as SMR, same sector, call it that, same sector. More room to move though. Yeah, look at that on the weekly chart. SMR has a little bit of support around 9. This one has, on the weekly chart anyway, around 8. Not 9, I meant 8 for SMR. No, I meant 9. Sorry. SMR has some support a little over 9. Potential support. There's the next low looking left. 932. I was so close to exiting my position. Wow, look at CrowdStrike, guys. Look at CrowdStrike. CRWD. Continuing its move down here. And the next low looking left on the weekly chart. I think it's below that. 251. No, so 251.56. 251.56 is the next low looking left. Okay, guys, I am covering some of my SMR. Ensure some profit on this. Now, look at boy. I mean, this has still got. If it takes that out, the next low is. Oh, wow, the next low is 236. So if it takes out this 251.56 and it's very close, the next low on the weekly chart is way down here at 237. Oh, of course, it's a big deal. Yeah. Hard to have a lot of faith in this company going forward unless they it's a big PR nightmare for them right now. Meanwhile, Travel Zoo, TZOO, Travel Zoo is an earnings play. Not a lot of volume though, only 100,000 shares. You're oh man, this is giving me a little bit more now for the SMR. Okay, now this is a gap up and reverse for Unilever. Unilever. Um, I mean, you would think, you're looking at this big red, this big red bar on the SPY. This is still up. I mean, it's still up 6%. It's a big float, probably. Yeah, 2.5 billion in the float. Oh, I missed that post. Yeah, Luis. Yeah, typically we do not talk about how much money we make in the room, how many shares we trade, and all that. But yeah, I'm glad you made money. So the Unilever, I mean, this boy, underneath that whole number, all this room. I mean, I really, really like this underneath that whole number. Market moving down. It's an earnings play. Obviously, it's very positive on its earnings release. Give me a moment, guys. If it gets into the 80s, I might take this short. Okay, guys. So this would have been a quick trade, pretty quick trade. The 30-minute trade, the VKTX from the AI, 6170, 6172 was the alert. It moved up to wow, that's a nice move. Not saying anybody would have got it right at the actual penny and sold it right at the actual penny high, but anywhere, in this area, the middle 2/3. So I'm all out of the SMR, guys. So not a bad trade. Nothing fabulous, but not a bad trade. So how's that Unilever doing? Yeah, it's kind of hanging in here. And with the market now putting in a minor green candle, that might stall this one from moving down. CKPT. Yeah, to me, just too much resistance looking left on the daily chart. Not enough room for it to move. So this one's a pretty good earnings play, guys. WH is a good earnings play. Good in that it's at the high of the day through the 200-day moving average. Looking left, what's the next high? 76.34. So it's getting close to that. It takes that out somehow. 76. So it's possibly getting into resistance areas right up here. So this might give us a bit of a short opportunity. Look at the SMR. I'm glad I got out of that. Oh, look at Oliver. You've done a really good job so far today, Oliver. I mean, I think you were around 8,000, right? Yesterday when at the end of the day. So you're doing a great job today. Hey, we have Ahmed. I see you're in the room, and here you are. Good for you. So we've got the people that I know. Well, no, people I recognize from the room. We've got Oliver. Now we have Ahmed. I think Daniel. There's Pepe down here, and Grumpy, wherever you are. All I ask, Pepe, is that you beat Grumpy, okay? That's all I ask. I don't care. Other than that, just beat Grumpy, okay? As Grumpy is spitting up his tea. Yeah, well, there you are. There you are. I don't think I saw you in the leaderboard at all yesterday. So there you are in fifth position. Not anymore, Grump. You're still in there. You're still in the top 10. There you are down here. No, boy, this one just got halted on the way up again, guys. TWOU. This is a company that's filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. Just traders are looking at bottom fishing. All right, guys. Here's another earnings play. Rollins. They provide pest and termite control services. So this is an earnings play, gapping down, probably a big float, 298 million or 292 in the float. Yeah, I was just, you read my mind, Jay. Look at the VKTX. I mean, that was a pullback right to the. So I'm going to do a video on this because then a lot of people will think, okay, I missed it. I can't get it. There was the AI alert at 61.72. Yes, it popped up, but it came right back to the alert price. And now this could take out that high right there. So you had lots of time, 45 minutes. If you missed it the first time, that's why I say use this like a watch list. Yeah, so that is now taking out, looks like it's taking out that high right there. The high right there is 65.18. So yes, it's above the high. So this is actually now a better move than the initial move. And this is an earnings play. And where could this go? So if you look at the weekly chart, I think the next high, 65.90. Yeah, 65.90 is the next high on the weekly chart. If it takes that out somehow, 68.53. So there is still, takes out that high right there, the weekly chart. It still has some more room. Again, when I say this, I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just looking to see where all the areas where stock could stall based on looking left on a daily or a weekly chart. Oh, okay, guys, 10:23. Kind of a fast morning so far. So what I'm going to do now is go over my home page, information you can find on it. So that is okay. I did not know that, Casa. So this is a an obesity play for the VKTX. Okay, so it is an obesity play also. Let's take a look. So that must be their name for their obesity drug, VK 2735. Beauty. Well, William, even these terrible ones can have a bounce. Look at the NYCB. I know you thought it might be down all day, but look at that bounce for NYCB. Now look at the market. So obviously helping some of these bounce plays now with that green candle. Now, how long? Another 5 minutes for this candle to close. Now, it'll be something if it wipes all this out. To be honest, Corey, I wouldn't even worry about a target price. Okay. I wouldn't even care what even if there is a target price. Some of the strategies that get optimized don't have a target price. To me, you just you keep in it if the trade is working, whether or not there's a target price or not. That's my feeling anyway. But there is a column. I don't know if there's a column for target price. Let's take a look. And if it's blank, target price. So so you see right now, they're not putting any target prices. I really don't believe in target prices in the same way. I mean, all I do is I keep looking left to see where could it, for instance, let's just say NYCB. Okay, let's just say this was The AI looked at this as a reversal play and said, and got in at $10. And then if if it were one of the strategies that actually had a so-called target price, what if they put it at, I don't know, 1034 or 1040, and it gets up there? What are you going to do? Right? What are you going to do when you see, again, I'm just using this as an example, when you see how much more room it could keep running until it hits the next high? Just because it has a target price, to me, means absolutely nothing. That's my feeling. I mean, some out there might say, no, you got to have a target price. And some might say, I do have a target price. When I'm looking left, it's not a target. It's just, that's where a stock could stall if it ever got up there. But if I had a target price from the AI at 1050 and it got to 1050, well, what am I going to do if it's continuing to work? Minimum volume. What are my volume requirements? Well, some of my scans are 200,000 shares minimum, but they're way over usually. Okay, I think this one is 200,000. But I mean, when I click on these, they're going to be probably way over 200,000. Yeah, 9 million. Okay, look at the Malago. You're right. It's a question in our YouTube room. Everybody's different though. Some people won't take a stock unless it has traded at least 1 million shares. There's no right or wrong. All right, guys, let's take a look at my homepage now and the information you can find on it, including all the scans that I'm currently sharing. Let me put that link in again. Well, but you see, Corey, that would have nothing to do with the target price. Struggling to take profits, you can do things like put risk reward lines on your charts. You'd have to, depending how many trades you're in at the same time. If you're fairly new, I would not be in certainly more than 2 trades at the same time. So, for instance, if I took this trade right here at 286 and I had a 10-cent stop, then what I could do is on the chart, I could start putting my first line would be 20 cents away, because if I take a trade, I want to have a reasonable expectation of making at least double my risk. So if I'm going to risk 10 cents, I want to be able to look at a chart and say, sure, I have a reasonable chance of making 20 cents on that. So I could put a line at the 20-cent level, and then another one at 10 cents above that, which would be a 3-to-1, and on and on and on. You can try things like that. You can also, I know what Steve likes to do, Steve Gomez. I mean, there's all sorts of different ways. Here's a 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. You would keep in the trade as long as it doesn't break down below it. There are a lot of some people use an 8 EMA, but believe me, everybody struggles. Everybody struggles with that. The thing you can do is, especially if you're in one of these ones that has a quick pop, take some profit, and then you can kind of hold on to the gyrations. So, clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. So, if you want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use, Barry15. That'll get you 15% off, first month only, or the entire year. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription in the future, please use my promo code that you'll find on my homepage. That will go a long way to keeping the room free, because the room gets credit for the subscription. Company looks at that, says, okay, keep the room free. Simple as that. If you do take out a subscription to get started, you must do that first. 10 short videos, download and install, first startup and login. I'll scroll down a little bit. Important introduction to scans, top list windows and alert windows, okay? This is a software program. Obviously, there's a bit of a learning curve. So what we've tried to do here is cover all the major topics in very short videos. If you'd looked at every one of these, it'd be 30 minutes. If you're brand new to trading or relatively new to trading, Trading 101 is for you. This is a series of videos, all free. Really recommend taking a look at it. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. I'd say it is free, of course. Also, the trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay? This is the big education. Getting back to profit taking and all. I mean, there are other things. I mean, if you get used, I know there are those of you who look at fibs, fib extension lines. There are pivots. There's a lot of. I don't do that personally, but there are all sorts of different ways in which can, you just have to find a way that kind of makes sense for you. I'm way more of a field trader. Where especially if you get into some of these, crazy low floaters. Education section, big education section is here. Click on the user guide. And there's the getting started again, hammering the point home. You must do that. Now, a lot more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. You notice I'm running a race here. This is how you can set up your own race, TI stock racing. I put price alerts on charts all the time. And another question that we get a lot, can I just follow the stocks I want to follow? In other words, create a watch list of my stocks? Yes, you can. And here's how you can do it. But again, you do not have to learn everything that's in this user guide. Okay, don't get hung up on that. It's like any other software program, a lot of stuff in the user guide. You don't have to learn everything. And keep scrolling down, getting started series again. Now, daily support. I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Thursday, right? Yeah, today's Thursday. So it should be Steve Gomez. I will confirm that before I take my break. And last, if you are looking for my scans, here they are. So if you click on my homepage link, just scroll down, middle section, here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. This race at the top here is this one you see. Pulse resumes, super active today, is right here. Momentum scan is right here. And here's the gap continuation or reverse. I do have other scans that I'm sharing. I do not have them all up and running. That would be absolutely way too many. Okay, but I do have a lot of other scans that I put in here. You might want to take a look at them. You can ask me questions. This is a trading room, but it's a support room also. Okay, so if you do have questions, don't be shy. You can ask questions all day long. If I can help, I will. If I can't, if it's an accounting question, as an example, I cannot do anything with accounting, but I can certainly direct you to the people who can. And if you're looking for maybe a scan that I don't have, like an idea of a scan that I don't have, maybe one of the other traders does. And that's the beauty of the 12 to 1 session. We have 5 days of the week. We have 5 different traders who take over for me. And we all have different trading styles and different scans. So maybe they have something that that might be a little more appropriate for you. So, okay, so I'll answer 2 questions here. So Keshki, just pick the ones you want. I just went over that. I don't have a layout that I give out, but it's just a matter of I do it sort of a la carte. Pick the ones you want. Ones that you want. If you want exactly this, well, I've got the gainers from the open, continuation reverse, the momentum scan, halts or zooms. They're all there. You can have them, and it's up to you to create the time frames you want. I know you love 1 minute charts, so. And John Samo, just click on my homepage link. Okay, I just put my homepage link in again. Just click on my homepage link, scroll down until you get to the scan section, and here they are. So that's what I'm saying, guys. I mean, just a sort of a la carte. You can kind of pick and choose which ones you might like to see. Okay. And again, this race here, the top race here, that's that one right there. The other ones are, named. You can see them. Pulse resumes here. Gap continuation reverses here. And momentum is here. So, but I have other scans that I'm using. I do not have them all up and running. It'd be crazy to do that. You have way, way too many things to try to watch all day long. You'd be clicking like mad all day long on alerts and getting nothing done. Well, Kishka, you can use these scans right now. You can use, I mean, if you're part of the competition, obviously these you can't use these in the competition. You can only use the AI, and that's, I guess, the list that was sent out. But if you want to trade your own account, of course you can use these right now. Okay, well, you can use them right now. You need to import them into Trade Ideas. Yes, Chad. Are you a subscriber? Yeah, I mean, nobody has to be part of the competition. You can trade your own account using my scans or anything, of course, you create. All right, guys, let's take a quick look at. Excuse me, just a minute. Okay, guys, something went down the wrong way. Just give me a moment. All right, so here's the SPY. So that big giant green candle held, and now another one's starting to form. Wouldn't it be something if it took out all that at some point? Not maybe this one, but another candle. Okay, so yeah, I mean, you can still, I don't know if you can still sign up. 777. It was 777. Let me ask. I mean, you're only going to get the balance of today, Friday, and then on Monday. But let me. I've just asked a question. Okay, Chad. I don't know if you can still sign up. But there will be a pretty good promo code coming out. Usually, in fact, I'm surprised it's not out now. It'll be at least 20%, maybe 25%. So you could always try us for a month and see what you think. Okay, it's not it's just a month to month. Yes. Well, not free, but yes. This is our simulator, okay? Oops. This is our simulator. You can also, I don't want to get into how you can actually trade an IB and Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account, but you can use this as a simulator, okay? And it uses our real-time data, so you can practice trading. So if I want to trade HAS right now, I want to take, I'm going to short HAS because I think it was on the way down, just for fun, just show you how to do it. Sell, send. Okay, so now I'm in the HAS short. This is all real time, okay? So you can practice trading? Yes. The answer is yes. You need a standard subscription because we're still, because it's using our real-time data. And that's, one of the biggest costs we have as a company is paying for that real-time data. Does IB have XCUR shorts? Let's take a look. The answer is no. Yeah, too bad. I see what you're looking at. All right, guys. So what is Trade Ideas? What are we? We are a real-time alert scanner. Now, I like to explain what I mean by using this very active scan. It's I call it Momentum, and it's an alert window. And so if I right-click on it and click on Configure and the summary. So there are a lot of screening programs out there, and they kind of claim to be scanners. We don't have to claim it. We are for sure. Now we screen, of course, and this is so in this particular scan, I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $100. Current volume is at least 3. That means it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It's a time of day sensitive. This is why I call it momentum, because the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes it's 400% of normal, etc. If all these values are met, filter values are met, and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's why we're seeing UCBI at 1040, and we're just seeing now LGO. See, LGO making new highs of the day, meeting all these filter requirements. These are all real-time alerts. That's what we were excellent at doing, okay? Real-time alerting. So if you like this scan the way it is, you can have it. It's on my homepage. But of course, if you want to make changes, you can. If you don't like the price range, maybe you want, if you have a filter that you like, you can add it. But again, if you like the scan the way it is, I'm sharing it. You can see what's happening here. These are all real-time alerts happening. Now, search, if I click on search this time, if you want to make your own scans from scratch, of course you can. Right at the very top, the 2 most popular real-time alerts that we've got, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But as you can see, we have a lot of different real-time alerts. And if I keep scrolling down, when you get to these icons, these are the filters, the screeners that we've got. So again, if a person is looking at this for the first time, thinking, well, man, this is way too complicated, I cannot learn all this, you don't have to. Okay, the reason why we have so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So of course, they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and all these different screens, filters, so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, but you don't have to learn them all. Personally, all I use is a new high and the new low of the day and just a handful of those filters. I have a price range and a minimum volume and things like that. Just a handful of them. Doesn't mean the ones I don't, doesn't mean the fact that I don't use all these other ones means these are bad. It just means for my trading style, that's all I need. Meanwhile, look at this market, guys. A little resiliency here now in this market so far. How active is this Halls resumes today? So what's this one doing? ORKT just resumed. So this is all right. This is a IPO. This is an IPO, guys. Pricing of a 13, so not raising that much money, 2.7 million shares, 475 a share. So it's a little bit above the IPO price. Okay, so there's a little bit of enthusiasm about it. I wouldn't say it's wildly enthusiastic because there's the IPO price 475 is just a little bit above it. And this is one of the quirks about our Hartz resumes. I would say 90% of the time, when a stock is an IPO and it starts to trade, it shows up as a resume. It's not designed that way, but it just happens to happen. Okay. All right, guys. Now, I want to go over this race here, okay? Because I think it's, especially for people who are new to trading, it doesn't have to be this race. I am sharing a couple of other races that are not as volatile. They're large cap stocks, but I just want to explain the concept behind the racing. So, and again, if you go to my homepage and go to the education section, go to the guide, there's a whole section on TI racing, stock racing, okay? How you can set up your own race. So I'm running a 4-minute race. So right now, and that's just what I chose. You can choose whatever time frame you want. So we're 3 minutes into this race. So what you're seeing at the top here is that since the race started, TIRX has moved 4.2% since the race started. Okay, and that's about a little over 3 minutes ago. And BLMZ has moved 3.7%. Okay, you can just see this is the kind of the leaderboard, if you will. Now, if TIRX pulls back at all, then maybe this BLMZ takes over. But notice what happens. A top 10 list is automatically built for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. Okay, I'm just going to interrupt myself here. Mindy in our YouTube room is asking, it is not possible to add EMAs. We do not have EMAs as filters, but you can add it. You can add them to the charts. Okay. So when this race is over and you another 4, 3, 2, 1 seconds, and then this looks like this TRX. So sure, it won the race. Now notice it's not on this list because that was the first race it won. So it's not going to bump out this one at the bottom here. But if TIRX won another race, it would bump out, well, one of these ones, and it would be in the top 10. But at any rate, this is what happens. A top 10 list is built for you automatically of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So what I'd be doing is, click on an alert or click on one of the ones that won, so MLGO, and check out to see is it maybe pulling back to maybe the VWAP or maybe to a moving average that you like. Because personally, I mean, I'm all my alerts really are showing me stocks that are at either the high or the low of the day, but this can be used for pullback plays. Okay, something that's pulling back. It doesn't have to be at the high of the day. It could have been really dropping and then all of a sudden starts to recover, as an example. All the race cares about is which one is moving the most since the race started. It doesn't care whether it's near the high of the day or the low of the day. Now, your question really should be, well, why are these stocks showing up in the first place? Like, why are these guys showing up? So if I right click on the race and I open the top list, click on open top list, all races start from a top list window. And of course you can create your own top list window. There's the SPY, guys. There is the SPY now making it's got to be a high, but it's taking out that high right there at 9 o'clock. So as I said, all races start from a top list window. Notice when I right click on this top list window, it says launch real-time stock race. So again, that's how you start a race. You have to create a top list window and then you launch it. So what does my top list window, what is it looking for? And again, understand, you can create your own top list window with the things that you are interested in finding or seeing. So if I right click on this and click on configure in summary. So as long as the stock is between $1 and $50 and the volume is at least 200,000 shares and it's up at least 2% from yesterday's close, it'll be in this list of stocks. Okay. So that's number one. Number two, before we had the concept of races, the way people would use a top list window is a very typical question might be, well, show me the stocks that are up the most today, based on my, my price range and minimum volume and all that sort of stuff. So if you have in the top list window, these are columns. This that C% is the change from the close of yesterday. So if I double left click on it, This is telling me that SLRX is up 34% from yesterday's close, and MLGO 21%, etc. If I want to find the stocks that are up the most from today's opening trade, same thing. I just double left click. That's the change from the open. SLRX is still is leading, is at 26%. Okay, and so on. So all well and good, but how are you going to use this to trade? For instance, what if, say, Lucid, okay, what if Lucid, for whatever reason, was really starting to make a move? Right now it's at right now 7.9%, okay, from its opening trade. But what if for whatever reason it was really starting to move? It's up 8%, 9%, 10%, 15%. How could you possibly see that? In a long list of stocks, how are you going to see that? You can't. I mean, it'd be crazy to have to stare at a list of stocks to see what stocks are moving up the list. And that's where the races come in. Because again, the races don't care whether a stock is near the high of the day or low of the day, or doesn't care. All it cares about is what stock is moving the most since the race started, like any other race. Now, you don't have to wait for a race to be over in order to click on a symbol. If you see something moving, you see anything actually in this, like right here, I would click on it just to see what's happening. So here's the BLMZ. It's up 3%. But notice, I mean, it is nowhere near the high of the day. So this might be like a pullback, and maybe it's starting to move. Now, this is where, trading experience comes in, because when you look at this, you have to figure out, okay, there's the VWAP at 371, so it's way below the VWAP. Is there any clue that might tell you, well, maybe I should take this trade right now? For me, there isn't. We're just talking about the Lucid. It's only at 0.93%, but it is making a little bit of a move. Now, in this race here, you will see some big percentage moves sometimes. And that's because I don't have any minimum market cap or minimum float. So you can see some big percentage moves. I guarantee that the SLRX, when it was doing this, it was you were seeing some big percentage moves. Now, the other two races that I'm sharing on my homepage, and I'll just take a look or show you them. So these races are large cap gainers and large cap losers, okay? So what I've done in here is I put a minimum market cap of half a billion in both of these and a minimum float of 50 million. Consequently, you will not usually get big percentage moves in those two races. Doesn't mean they're bad to trade, but if you're starting out, that might be easier to take a look at than these ones. I mean, these are wonderful when you're on the right side of them, because they can have some huge percentage moves, but then they can also have the big drops, just like the SLRX did. Okay, so yeah, you have to have. I mean, they're not easy to trade, but the larger cap ones, I would call them. I hate to call anything easy to trade, but a little less, obviously less volatile. No, unfortunately, I'm talking to YouTube. I'm talking to Mindy and YouTube. Yeah, you cannot make up your own filter, your own EMA filter, unfortunately. Whatever the filters we have there, that's what you have to use. Again, you can put the EMA on a chart, but if you want to incorporate the EMA into a scan, unfortunately, you cannot do that. It's been a question that's been asked probably for 20 years. Why they didn't do it, I don't know. So now I would think that, some of these gap up and gap down and reversals will start to work a lot better with the market on your side. ASNS. Okay, I'll take a look. Now, are you doing this intraday dip buyer? What time frame are you looking at? I'm okay. So, what time frame are you looking at? Oops, didn't change. Just give me a moment. Okay, so what time frame are you looking at? I'm looking. I look at a 5 minute for these. So, what are you looking at exactly? Ah, okay, okay. So you're actually using the scan itself. Okay. I am not using the scans. I am just, I'm just inputting my own stocks in. Wow, SLQT guys, this could be interesting. Look at this one now. This is over the whole number. It's come back from a gap down and reverse. What's the volume like? Yeah, not bad. I mean, 373, double, two times normal. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, sorry. Just well, let me know how that works out for you on a 1 minute. I tried a 1 minute. I tried a 2 minute chart. I did not try a 1 minute chart. I tried a 2 minute chart. I just found it a little too noisy. So that's why I went to a 5 minute chart. I found the 15 was too late. So the 5 minute on the go no go seems for me anyway to be my sweet spot. And Michael Noss kind of agreed. And Jamie, if you're in Jamie is loving this also, and he's using a 5 minute chart. But let me know how it works on a 1 and a 3. Meanwhile, guys, look at this ASTS. Holy smokes. This is not an earnings play. I don't know what's going on here. Here we go. So completed its first 5 commercial satellites called Bluebirds. What's that? The Bluebird of Happiness? All right. Let's take a look at man. Manish is expanding his lead, guys. Manish is expanding his lead. Oliver is getting close to overtaking Lazar, but Manish is expanding his lead in the contest. Yeah, so I'm not getting any answer about when people can sign up, but I'm assuming it's too late. So this is the contest that we started yesterday. It's a stock picking contest. They can only trade the AI alerts. And so Manish is up 51,000, up to 51,000. Whatever he's in right now, he's up 7,600. Well, he's actually in 3 trades right now. And there's Oliver. So the people that I do know in the room, that I recognize in the room, there's Oliver, Ahmed. Pepe says you're not going to trade today. You're still hanging in there, 8th place. Rumpy's in 9th. Daniel, I'm pretty sure the Daniel that I see every now and then, pretty sure that he's the Daniel that's in the room. I may be wrong. So we've got some people who are in either YouTube, our YouTube room or the main trading room on this leaderboard. Manish, I do not know. If you're in the room, Manish, let me know. We'll cheer you on. Well, that was a good gap down in reverse, wasn't it? The QS. And I think undoubtedly helped by the market, even though this is an earnings play and not good. I mean, it's still down 8%. You can't do well. Let me see if you can. I mean, the reason. So the question in our YouTube room: can we see the trades that people took? Maybe after the fact. It's just not fair, of course, if we, say, "Oh, this is what this guy is trading," and then, because these people are in there are finding the trades on their own. So it wouldn't be really fair to say, "Well, this is what somebody is trading," and then other people can pile in. You know what I mean? So I think as an overall, it's possible that it's here. Let me see some of the things that people are trading. Oh, afterwards, yes. So I don't know why these are showing up here. I'm here in this master challenge. I don't know why these are showing up here. Notice, Pepe, that yeah, I'm having the same issue here. Interesting. But I don't care that much. And here's my free floating one. So I don't care that much, I suppose. But how weird is this? I'm not getting any data unless I go to a daily. Well, even I went to a daily, I wasn't getting any data here. This is only me, guys, hopefully. Now, I do recognize Carvana as a previous AI alert, so I have to assume, but I don't want to assume until I know. Okay, guys, I got to get rid of this. Another one. Look at this big pullback for MLGO. I mean, 238 too. I mean, that's why, it's all about the float, guys. 4.5 million in the float. That's why you can get these wild swings in these ones. Whereas if you loaded my large cap race, you would see that the swings are just not as dramatic and can be, a little. I always hate to use the term easier to trade, but less volatile. Certainly less volatile. The only problem, and I think Oliver will attest to this, Captain, is that in a contest like this, people are doing things they probably would never do for real. And I think Oliver's trying to keep it a little more real this time. But no stops. I can guarantee that I know what Manish traded, and I can tell you now, he traded Mira, okay, and he was up a lot yesterday, and then it dropped, and he, a normal person would have stopped out, but he kept it overnight, and it did this for him, okay. Then he got out, but yesterday I could see what he was doing, and he had a lot of shares and huge risk. You never would do that. So while it's interesting, the contest can be fun, but it probably it's not exactly how somebody would normally trade. And let's take a look again. Manish has still got a sizable lead. So the only way, Oliver or Ahmed or Pepe or even Lazar can get, they're going to have to take a big risk, take a lot of shares in something and hope it works. Okay, because that's based on what you're allowed to trade right now. You're not allowed to trade some of the these crazy ones that have massive moves. So you have to take a tremendous risk. Now, the one thing we do is interview the winner. Oliver was interviewed the last couple of times, and so we do interview the winner. And Michael Noss does the interview, and we post that out there so you can kind of have an idea about what the person was looking for. And I think I think we're about 180 or so, Dwayne. About to say, I think a little less than the last time. And I'll be perfectly honest. I found, the other ones were a lot more fun because you get some wild, wild swings in the leaderboard because they're allowed to trade anything you wanted. And so people get into these, some of these ones that are very low float, take a whole bunch of shares. And if it pops, you can see, you can just move up that leaderboard. But if it drops, you can be dropped off the leaderboard just like that. So a little more fun for me because it was a lot of fun to just, almost like calling a horse race. And there you go. So Pepe, as he said, his first trade yesterday, he was down 18K. I'm assuming that, You never would have allowed yourself to get down 18K in a trade, and then it went positive. Look at IMAX, guys. IMAX is an earnings play. IMAX is an earnings play, and it is big drop from its highs, 2032, 1887 now. But the market is continuing to move. So this is kind of moving against the market. That's interesting, moving against the market. So Shady is in. So Shady went long TQQ. Okay, long. And this is, of course, moving with the market. So this is what I'm going to be waiting for. Now look at the SLRX. Look how powerful that 200-day moving average was today. That blue line on my daily chart, hopefully you can see that. That blue line is the 200-day moving average, and that is at 444. What did it get up to today? 439. So you can see how that just stopped it in its tracks. Another earnings play, guys. MC. Don't know these guys at all. I can read what they do, but I'm not familiar with them at all. But another earnings play, MC, making a high of the day. The next high looking left on the daily chart is 68.50, so about $1 away. So you can see that PEJA is a gap up and go, another earnings play. And that red line represents the next high on the daily chart. Okay, now I could scroll back. I'd have to scroll all back to this week on the daily chart. That would show it for me. But that is the next high. So can it break that up? Looks like around 69.35, 60, maybe 69.26. So, and that happened back in this week, which was in February of this year. Too bad. So, this is a gap down in reverse for HLX, but you can see how it was reversing way down here. If you're wondering, well, why didn't it show it here? The problem, I mean, the way the scan is designed, it has to make a new high for the day. So unfortunately, the opening print was up here, or it actually popped up to 1258 before it pulled back down. So that, unfortunately, is when you're going to get the alert. Now, there's nothing stopping you from taking this scan, and instead of a new high of the day being the trigger, you could maybe make a new 5-minute high and see how that works. So you would have been getting them here. Forgot to keep looking. ASNS. Now, you see, for me to get into this long, this would have to, I mean, I'd be giving up a lot, but I'd be, it has to get into a dark blue. You don't know how, you don't have a blue bar on the 5. How do you have that? I don't have a blue bar on the 5. I still have this light green. We'll go over this. Just a moment, please. Okay, guys. Yeah, that is very odd. How can you have? How can you have? Can you can you put? Can you share your link your go no go chart with me? Save or share to cloud. I'd like to see what happens when I load it because that makes no sense at all. If you know how to do that, no, no. If you don't know how to do that, all right, guys. Here's an interesting one. Maybe ATYR. So this has been on a nice run the last 3 days, and this is an all-time high. I guess it started trading as ATYR back in early June. And I don't know if this was an IPO or what symbol name change or what it was or what it is. But this is interesting, very interesting. Let's see how well it holds over two. Okay, okay. Now I hope it's just the chart. Okay, yeah, it looks like it's just the chart. Thank you. Let's see what happens when I load it. That is weird. Now I like to what I like to do is just you might want to do this too. You don't have to. I like to get the line width a little bit more, but that's okay. All right, how is that possible? I'm gonna have to ask Michael that. Now the only thing I can think of it because you loaded this from a scan, but that shouldn't matter because this is beautiful right here, right there. There's a beautiful transition. I know you took it earlier, but there's a nice transition right there. got to be some reason. It's, oh, I wonder. Nope. You're not using the browser interface, but I just turned that into the browser interface, but still. Well, I'm going to. Hmm. Give me a moment. Okay, I'm going to try to figure out why that's happening. Yeah. Okay, Jermaine. Yeah, go ahead. Ask a question. I'm just because I like yours better for sure. Well, long means buying a stock and hope it goes up. Short means you're well. If you don't know what shorting is, okay, shorting a stock means you hope the stock goes down. I mean, that's very in a very simple way of explaining. Okay, so when you go long, I want to go long ASNS. I buy it at 147, and of course I hope it goes up, and I sell it for a profit. If I want to short ASNS, I short it at this price, and I hope it goes down, and that's how I make my profit. No. It's got nothing to do with long term. Nothing. It's just long. No, just going long or short. That's all. That's all it is. No, nothing to do with long term. No. Oh, okay. Thank you, Pepe. Okay, I am showing pre-market data. Okay, thank you. That's the reason. You know what? I'm going to delete that. Okay, so that's the reason. So I guess it all depends whether you use pre-market data or not a pre-market data. I'm using, so thank you, Pepe, as always. Yeah, see, yeah, that was, I never would have thought of that. So I have, because I do like to see pre-market data. So Bezavi, it may be again, because maybe one of your charts is, because because that was the reason. Okay, show pre-market data, post-market data. Maybe one of your charts it doesn't have pre-market data. That was the reason why there was a difference. So all depends on your preference. The AI doesn't, yeah, the AI gets out of every trade at the end of the day. Does not mean you have to, Jermaine. Okay. It's just the way it works. It gets out of every trade at the end of the day. But if a trade was working, oh man, that VKTX is awesome. So for instance, VKTX, okay. You might look at this. Now it's a bio, so you know, it's a little, maybe a little more dicey, but nonetheless, if VKTX closes well, in other words, closes near the high of the day, doesn't have a big pullback or anything, closes near the high of the day. And I don't know, I mean, if the next high were up here around $81, which I think it could be, yeah, around say $80, you can make a decision whether or not, well, this is an earnings play, great reaction to earnings. It still has room to run on a weekly chart. You can make a determination whether you want to hold it or not. Okay. Was that the reason, Bezavi? Was that the reason? The fact that I'm talking to Bezavi in our YouTube room? Was that the reason one had pre-market and one did not? I've always been somebody who I want to see the pre-market. I just, you know, some people don't like to see it. I like to see it, you know, and I know Steve Gomez, who will be in our YouTube room in about half an hour. He doesn't like to see the pre-market. You know, it all depends on your preference. I like to see the pre-market action and the after hours action. So when you look at my VKTX 15-minute chart, the mauve area here, that's what happened after hours. And the tan area is the pre-market. Oof, I mentioned this one earlier. This roll kept moving down. ROL kept moving down. Earnings, but look at SLRX now. Yeah, Mark. I mean, it's just a personal preference. You know, there's no right or wrong. You know, whether people want to see pre-market, having it affect their indicators or not. There's no right or wrong, in my opinion, anyway. Okay, the Desmozabi, Desmozabi, in our YouTube room, or Desmozabi. If I don't know if you're French or okay. Well, keep watching. This is a free room. DMAC. DMAC's making an appearance. Desmo. Okay, Desmo. Yeah, it's hard for me to know, Jermaine, why that didn't happen. You know, I have no idea why that wouldn't have happened. If you went in at the market, Let me just bring up Brokerage Plus. Let me get rid of these. So here's an AI alert. Okay. Here's the VKTX. So I'm in the simulator. That happened. So if I take 100, 200 shares, yeah, buy at the market, buy, send, and it's in. So I'm not sure why. I don't know what you did. I mean, you see, I just very easily bought 200 shares of it. Here it is. It's an AI, not whether it's an AI alert or any other alert from any scan you've got. I mean, so I'm not sure what you did. I still, James Marvin in our YouTube room. Welcome. I'm not sure I know what you mean. From the Brokerage Plus, I'm in the paper trading account. This is Brokerage Plus. When you say not the channel, I don't know what you mean. Not the channel. This is my Brokerage Plus window. Do this then. I don't know what I don't know how you're doing it. Just do this. Make sure you load new Brokerage Plus. This is the window that'll show up. Connect to the simulator. Make sure you click on sim, then you're in the simulator. Now you can trade in the simulator. Okay. So I don't know what you mean. You do it from brokerage market plus. Okay. I don't know what you mean by that. Oh, from the charts. I don't, yeah, I don't use the charts at all. I had to, like the buy, you mean the buy and the sell? The buy here and the sell here? Okay. Well, I have an idea about why it's not working then, or you're not seeing some things. And this gets a little complicated. I think we've overcomplicated it. Okay. But if, see, I don't know if you did this or this is by default. Okay. I don't know. Did you turn one of the strategies that if you go to the strategies, did you turn one of them on for the long and one of them on for the short? Or was this already done for you? Or did you do it? Did you even know to do that? Because that's what you have to do in order to get the buy and sell buttons. Watch what happens when I disable or uncheck it. See what happens? The buy button goes gray. So you have to assign one of the strategies, and these are default strategies that are in here. And so I say, okay, set as default chart long strategy. See how the buy button comes back. Did you do that or was that already done? I just don't know. Because most people don't even know. Okay, so this was obviously done. So when you load trade ideas, they automatically assign one of the strategies, okay, to the buy button and one of the strategies to the sell button. Now the thing is though that each strategy, and I don't want to get into this because I think it's going to be so complicated. But in the order details, see the limit offset says 0, which is crazy. That means that it's almost impossible to get a fill. What the limit offset means is this, so first of all, Jermaine, I wouldn't use the buy and sell. Okay, what I would do is I would just do what I do, click on the new and get the Brokerage Plus window up and running. Number one, okay. The limit offset means though that You get an, let's say I get an alert here. I get an alert for HLX. Okay. I get an alert at 12:59. Okay. If I use the buy button, and what if though HLX, before I can actually take the trade, because you still have to click on it and then you want to take the trade, you click the buy button. What if HLX moved a dime on you immediately? So the limit offset, what the limit offset says is okay, if I get an alert at 12:52, how far outside of the alert price am I willing to take the trade? Because it's going to be all rare would you really be able to get a fill right at the alert price, because the stock is usually moving a bit. And so that, yeah, this is what I would do. I would just click on new, and the brokerage plus, I would do it from here. Okay, that's what I would do. You're going to practice trading, just use this. Don't worry about the buy and the sell. Because again, with that offset, just as a wrap up the explanation, if you put say 5 cents as your offset, so if the alert happens at 12:52, I would be prepared to take that trade all the way up to 12:57. So my guess is because it seemed to be the limit offset was 0, which means even if it was a penny above, you won't get fill. If that all makes sense. All right, guys, let's take a look. Serve. So Serve is had the big news a few days ago, 4 days ago, I guess. And so we got some more news on this one. I don't know, maybe he's got some notoriety in the business or the sector. But the news in this one, of course, this was all about NVIDIA, a disclosure that they owned, they bought 60,000 shares at $4, approximately. These are all approximate numbers. Okay, so that was the reason for Serve to have the pop. It did 4 days ago, had a follow through the next day, but then it sold off. Now it's just been kind of hanging around the area. And that is for the SERV. Take a look at the leaderboard now, guys. So yeah, Manish still has a pretty big lead, almost double. And Oliver, look at Oliver taking over second place now from Lazar. Lazar is in something that he's down $1,600 in. And Ahmed, you're hanging in there, number 5. Pepe's still hanging in at 7. And even Grumpy hanging in at number 10. And I mentioned these people because Grumpy's in the room, Pepe's in the room, Ahmed's in the room, and Oliver's in the room. You keep calling your Market Plus brokerage account. This is just called Brokerage Plus. So I'm not sure when you keep calling it your Market Plus brokerage account, Jermaine. I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. It's semantics probably, but all right, guys. Well, in 20 minutes, I will be taking a break. Steve Gomez will take over for me. Well, first of all, I will make sure it is Steve. Another one new in the room. Oh, Afshin. But are you on the leaderboard? Are you somewhere here on the leaderboard? I was just pointing out the people that are either in our YouTube room or the main room that are on this top 10 leader on the top in the top 10 leaderboard. If you're somebody here, then let me know. Okay, you're just in YouTube. I don't mean just in YouTube, but that's fine. Yeah, we're running a contest right now. Okay. And it started yesterday, and it's a contest. Whoever wins will win a $3,000 Amazon gift certificate. And it started yesterday. So that's why periodically I show that leaderboard. So guys, I've only had the one trade today, that SMR. I mean, I've been sort of tied up doing other things, but the SMR short. Hope in the afternoon be able to concentrate a little bit more on stuff. I actually find the afternoon is a great time to trade. A lot of these super active ones, they have their big pops and then they kind of settle down, or some of them settle down, and then they have a late day run. So that's what I'm going to be looking for. No, you see, I've lobbied, they don't listen to me, but I would rather say, well, no, entry time is just the time of the alert. Okay, that's the time of the alert. I would rather say alert price. I think people think, well, I've got to get in right at that. If I miss the so-called entry price, then say the entry price here was VKTX was at 6172, okay? And then when you click on it, it's now at 6190 or something like that. Oh, I guess I've missed it. Okay. I'd rather they just said alert, they would say alert price. But the entry time is, and even that, I guess we can alert time. Because I think people get too hung up on saying, well, I missed it. I'm going to do my video on this one today, and it's going to be, because I like to always hammer the point home. Because look what happened with VKTX. We had the alert at 6172 right here. It moved up to 6521, and then came right back down to the alert price. So you may have missed it the first time and said, I guess that's it. But look what happened. It pulled right back to the alert price, and that actually has had a bigger move than that initial move. That a lot of people might have thought, I guess I've missed it. I'm not saying every single time it's going to work like this, but that's why I say I use this more like a watch list, and don't get hung up on getting in at the absolute penny. I never do that anyway. I mean, I always click on the alert, check to see what I see I don't care if it's coming from the AI or one of my scans, and I'm always going to check, does it have room to move? No, okay. So Jermaine, you didn't hear my big long-winded explanation? Okay, well, just briefly. I would rather call these alert price and alert time, okay? You don't have to get in right at the time. You don't have to get in at the alert price. Okay? It's that simple. It's not, so don't feel you've missed it if by the time, maybe you click on the alert and you check to see, does it look good still on a daily chart or a weekly chart? And then you make up your mind, do I want to trade it? Now, here's an interesting way also to keep track of how good your exits are, okay? Notice I've got a max P&L column, and I've also got a distance from the exit price column. So, I was just showing how you can take a trade. So I took 200 shares of the VKTX. I got in at 67.46. At this point, I'm up $260, okay? 200 shares, So I'm up a little more than $1 a share, you can see. At one point, though, I was up $446. So you were able to sign up today. Okay. So I guess you're able to sign up today, DMAC. I asked the question, nobody could just now. Okay, cool. Well, okay, guys. I mean, if you're willing, I mean, it's only $7.77. If you want to sign up for the contest and also have access to the program until Monday, the full program, I guess you can still do it. Then this is the and this would be the link for it. If you just signed up, I guess you can still do it. And again, I emphasize when the contest is over, so DMAC, you're using a Mac then? Well, I guess does that make sense? DMAC's using a Mac. Okay, it works now. Good. How do I load a new order entry box? A new order? Are you talking about Mac? Now I'm talking to Mac, not DMAC. What do you mean by a new order entry box? Are you talking about this, the simulator? Like, I'm not sure I know what you mean. You talking about how do you load this? Okay. So you may have accidentally clicked the X or okay. I'll tell you, if you did, then this is how you load it. Click on new and then brokerage plus. Okay. Now, if you can't see it, that means maybe it got hidden behind a window or a channel, or not your channel, but maybe it got hidden behind something. But if you click on new and brokerage plus, if you don't see it, that means it's already up and running somewhere. Now, how you can find everything is if you click on Windows. Okay, so did it come back when you did that? When you click on new and then brokerage plus, did your brokerage plus window come back so you can see it? If not, then click on Windows in the toolbar. Click on Windows and show all, because I don't know, maybe it got hidden behind something. Do you only have one monitor or? Okay, it is Steve today, guys. Steve just answered me. It is Steve today in our YouTube room. Okay, did that work, Mac? Did it come back for you? Can you see it now? Okay, good. Whew. All right, guys. Wow, 10 minutes. That's been a fast morning. I love the questions. Some of the questions. No, I love the questions. Definitely keeps me engaged. All right, guys. So this TKNO, this was I will call this was a disappointment for me yesterday. Didn't do what I wanted it to do. Look at all these earnings plays. I mean, we're just getting so many earnings plays now, guys. For the next 3 weeks, we'll have a ton of earnings plays. It's gonna be a moment. Is it? Yeah. So to give you an idea, guys, so this week we've got about 600 earnings plays. Next week we almost have 1,000. Okay, so that's why this window is so active. That's why the gap continuation or reversal scan is so active. Because the reason why, especially this window, would be so active, because when a company releases earnings, that's usually the time, especially some of these companies that don't release earnings that often. Well, they have to release them every 3 months, but maybe, a couple of days after those, a lot of these companies that release earnings, they really do nothing then for the next 3 months until the next earnings release. But that's when you can find a company, when they release earnings, they can either have a big pop up because of earnings or a big drop because of earnings. And earnings, again, if you're unfamiliar with what I'm talking about, when I could talk about an earnings play, for me, an earnings play is any company that released earnings, say yesterday after the market closed yesterday, and this morning before the market opens. No, it doesn't mean long-term plays at all. It just is. It could turn into a long-term play. If a company releases good earnings or the reaction is good, you can get things like, second and third day continuation off earnings. There's no guarantee that's going to happen, but it's got really nothing to do with long-term plays. I mean, again, a lot of people might look at it a lot differently, especially some of the bigger companies releasing, if they release good earnings or the reaction is good. And when you look left, there still it has room to run. Sure, maybe, but that's completely up to you. It doesn't absolutely mean that because a company releases earnings that it's a long-term play. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm going to put the YouTube link in our main room. For those in YouTube wondering why I keep saying main room, there was another trading room, a lot more active, a lot more traders are in there interacting with each other. Okay, so it's up to you. You want to go into that room? I'll show you how. Okay, there's my homepage link. So if you click on it, you'll see at the top here it says trading room. Okay, trading room, and that's how you can get into what I call the main room. You don't have to, if you want to stay in YouTube, that's fine. But if you're looking for a little more action, you can go into the main room. Now, having said all that, don't go now because I'm taking my break in about 5 minutes, and Steve Gomez will take over for me in our YouTube room. And for those who are in the main room, this is the YouTube link to head over there. He's not there yet, but he will be. Now, what I'm going to also do is just put the announcement up there. Sometimes I forget to do it. So I'm going to put the announcement up there. I'm not gone yet, but just preparing. And before I go, a quick, yeah, somebody's going to have to take a big risk to catch up to Manish. Some cheap one. It has to be, an AI, has to have been an AI alert at some point. Not doesn't have to be the ones that are today, but in the past. And some real cheap one that is, might have the potential to have a run. Otherwise, it's going to be hard to catch this guy. And there's Ahmed. Nicely done. 20 into fourth place now. And Oliver in second. Now, Pepe, you're inching up. You are making some trades, obviously. Okay, and I guess I have to mention Grumpy. That rounds out the top 10. Okay, guys, let's see. Oh, COSM. Haven't seen this one for a while. COSM was a super active one before, and now it's getting a little active right now. COSM. Boy, you saw this one. Oh, man, it kept moving down. Look at this EW. Saw this one in the pre-market. Huge move down. That's an astonishing move down, guys. Almost 30% with that float, 596 million in the float. You don't generally see such a huge move with that big of a float. So whatever they released, and it's an earnings play, so obviously the market is just, this is plunges on weakness in sales of heart valves. And they're probably not guiding well. They're not saying, but we expect next quarter to be a lot better. Probably not even saying that. So why would you buy the stock? So DMAC, you can only trade the AI alerts. Okay. So, I mean, you have these ones today, but you can trade previous AI alerts. Okay. So I guess if you went, Steve probably has if you go over to YouTube, I put the YouTube link, he'll have a fuller explanation. But if you click on new and then dock channel bar, and then click on show more, I don't know, again. Okay, Holly AI. So these are previous AI alerts right down here once this fills up. Okay, previous AI alerts right here. You can trade these. Okay. These go back 30 days. You can go back, I guess you can go back 60 days. You can go back, well, Oliver went back a lot longer, but you can go back 60 days if you want. Right now, the default is going back 30 days. These are the ones that were long. These are short. Correct. You don't have to trade that in those directions. Is that Steve?
Correct. You are correct, sir.
Just give me one moment, okay? Yep. All right, guys. Steve is in the room, not in this room. He's in the YouTube room, okay? So I've put the YouTube link in. You can head over and listen to Steve. He'll be there until approximately 1 o'clock Eastern time. I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. So we'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And now I can welcome Steve Gomez into our YouTube room. So a lot of fun this last day and a half, right, Steve?
Yes.
Yes. A succinct yes.
Yes, the fog of contest. Yes, it's been interesting. I haven't participated too much. I've been kind of busy doing a lot of other things, but I thought I might maybe try a couple trades over the next hour just to see if something looks interesting, just for fun.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm impressed with our VKTX this morning. I'm going to do my video on VKTX. That was an AI alert. Mainly because you know how people get very hung up. Well, I think a lot of people get very hung up, Steve, on they think they've missed it. You get an alert at 6172, number one, and by the time they click on it, maybe it's 6180 even. Like it's moved 8 cents, and they go, oh, well, I guess it's over. Now that's one aspect, but look what happened to VKTX. I mean, it pulled right back into the original alert price. And actually, the move now is better than the initial move. Yeah. So it's just a great idea to keep an eye all day long.
Also, it's blasting off here from the 50-day SMA I'm highlighting, which is declining, and it was resistance about a week ago. And so when you look left and you see that it's cleared that level, yeah, you should think even more. There's more upside potential.
Yeah,
for sure.
Exactly. So anyway, that's my take on it. I'd like to do I like to do my videos when I see something like that with the AI.
Exactly.
Because I'd like to make sure people understand that they haven't missed it. The other thing I would lobby for, you can listen to me. I would way rather call that, instead of entry time and entry price, I would rather call it alert time and alert price. Okay. Because I think when people see entry, they think, well, I've missed it. And I mean, that's how I look at it anyway, because somebody asked me, well, I see the entry price was 61.72. When I looked at it, it was already at 61.90. I guess I've missed it. And I'd rather it say alert price, alert time, but that's
so
just
I
me.
like that suggestion, and so much so that I wrote it down, and I wrote it down so that I'll remember to tell the right guys. Yeah.
Because then I think it will get people to just keep looking, because they won't think, oh, I guess I've missed it. That was the entry.
I think
and
Dan.
I've missed it.
I think Dan is looking for those exact type of scenarios. So I'll let him know you said that.
Okay. Yeah, don't take credit for it. Okay.
No, I wouldn't do that. That's why I said it that way. I would let him know you said that.
Okay, Steve. Listen, I'll let you go. I'll try to be back at around 5:02.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks. See ya.
Bye.
Oh, hang on, everybody. Had to clear up a couple of notifications there. All right, I see some people piling into the room. That's good. I've got SMR up here because you guys know I've been loving to trade around this thing. I just love the way it moves. I got a little small entry in here yesterday, 3 days ago, and then didn't sell it for much entry because I didn't like the way it got reversed. But now it seems like it might have just made its full adventure all the way down to my 50-day SMA. If I zoom out a little bit, that might help. So I want to point out something. I've taken a starter position, which I talk a lot about. Starter position is like half size. And I didn't do it, messing around down here or here. I waited until what I always talk about on here, which is the crossing of the 10 SMA. So if the stock wanted to go much lower and go back to lows, it would have probably failed right there when it did. But when I get myself a candle or two that breaks back above this declining 10 SMA, then I can just tick down. I can feel comfortable in saying, okay, I'm going to take an entry here based on the daily chart. What I'm saying is I'm using this intraday 15-minute chart to kind of give me the moment. The moment that I think is time to pull the trigger on at least half and see if it can hold that. And as you see, this line is kind of curling down there. I want to see the line kind of curl and start to support the price and cradle it, and then maybe we'll move higher. And that's the anatomy. That's what I want to see, the steps involved for a good contrarian type entry. I mean, look at this thing. It's a giant, giant move. Again, I tried a little bit here. Didn't get much out of it. I bailed. And I think I'm going to try again, which I don't think I did. And that, you guys, is all I have. I don't have anything else. I came in short today. I came in short two things, SPXS, which was fantastic. And thankfully, I started fading out on the open, sold more than 2/3 of it there, and then sold the remaining third, like right there. IWM, which is the small Russell caps, 2000 cap, is insanely strong. I piled into those yesterday down here as it was selling off yesterday. The IWM, I piled into TZA. All right, took it home and said, great, we're going to get some selling that's going to materialize in the IWM. It's going to catch up to the NASDAQ and the S&P, which had horrible, ugly days yesterday. So I was short coming in overnight and took some profits. I didn't get what I wanted out of TZA. It didn't follow through. I'm sorry, I got out down around down here. So it's kind of a flat trade because I was establishing a position here yesterday. Which brings me to, the context of the market rotation. All right, look at that's a beautiful chart. IWM. All that is the Russell 2000. These are small cap stocks. Although I can make an argument that a lot of the small cap stocks that I'm in sometimes don't ever really seem to rally at the same time the index does. But regardless of, there's something really weird and unusual happening, and there's a buoyancy in these small cap names, which is literally just I'm incredulous. I don't believe what I'm seeing because the Nasdaq is so weak. So rotation. It's money rotating out of selling NVIDIA, selling the tech names, and apparently buying small cap names. So if you're seeing some great small caps that are holding up out there, you've got a nice backdrop of the IWM holding that in place for you. And then the S&P 500 again. Now that we're looking at the midday move here, it's a pretty significant bounce. You get some big bounces after big falls. If we were to close right here, right now, this looks to me like nothing more than a perfectly healthy corrective pullback. That's it. When you look at it in the context of all that, look at that. And a lot of people are piling in right now, guarantee you. So that brings me to a point. We're at a crossroads here. This is a pivotal day, especially going to tomorrow to Friday. If the market closes firm and holds a bid like this all the way into the close, likely this is a pullback to buy. But we still have half a day here. And my thinking is I've got risk off the table. I've taken all the risk. I'm in cash except for that SMR and one other long-term trade. I closed the shorts that I had in my short account. I told you the TZA didn't go anywhere. Took what I could out of that. SPXS, which is the inverse SPY. You can see here on my screen, I got a great move over the last day and a half. Again, day and a half, you've heard me say that a lot. I don't like to stick around for longer than a day and a half because all of a sudden you're in this predicament here. Are we going to hold this bounce or are we going to build on this bounce? So that brings me to the second scenario. What if we don't hold this bounce? And what if we bleed back into the close? Well, put yourself in the perspective of all the people that were looking at this as a healthy pullback. This is why I say I wait for the closing candle to make my decisions. Sure, I could pile in about 10 things right now that I'd love to buy on a pullback, but what if the market does that? What if the next 2.5, 3.5 hours, the market just slowly erodes and the sellers take advantage of that bounce and they hammer it back to lows? What do you think the emotional state of being is going to be of all the people that loaded up on this stuff right here? They're going to roll over and throw gas on the fire to the sellers who were already in the market. I'm not predicting that. I'm just saying we are at a crossroads here. We've had a big precipitous fall, but we're only halfway through the day. Are we going to correct and close with a green candle, bottoming tail here, a nice hammer candle right at the 50? I mean, can it really be that clean? Can it really be that clean of a technical chart? I don't know. The market's been kind of weird lately, making it hard for everybody. So let's wait till the end of the day and see which scenario we get. Scenario A, we close just like we look right here. Or scenario B, we just go back to lows. And that would be a death blow to the dip buyers. Because buying these dips has worked up until now. And I'm not saying it won't. It still might. I mean, I don't know what I'm cheering for, honestly, because as I said, I'm off the table. My risk is off the table. I will say this, though. If we go into the end of the day strong and close with some nice strength, I might start looking for some things to get into. I might see, here's the thing with rotation, though, right? Do we rotate, does IWM continue to hold up and be strong? Or do people start looking for bargains in the NASDAQ and the tech? I'm probably more willing to think they're looking for, reversals like this because these are safer entries. All right. That's what I think of the current state of the market. As I said, I'm in cash except for SMR, which is a 1/2 entry position. All I want to see, again, is the price build above this curling 10 SMA. We're going to get a new one here in a few minutes. kind of like what I just showed you in the market. Is the NASDAQ going to hold this consolidation here? Is the S&P 500 going to hold this consolidation? We'll find out. All right. Does anybody have any questions? Anybody sent here by support that needs some guidance? We are involved, obviously, in the test drive, which brings me to, I haven't done a whole lot. My brokerage plus is empty. I am up 1,800 overall, a few trades. I mean, what if we took a little search around here and looked for a couple trades in the old AI list? I'm going to bring up that list that is in play. I think Barry talked about that. Let me find it. I think I can just load it here. AI July names. Okay, let's see what's on this list. Let's see if there's anything I want to play. Now, all these things in green are going to be up from the open. These things down are going to be red from the open. That's not a bad looking chart. Looking strong on the daily. Relative volume's not that great. Come back to that one. FDMT, it's running right smack into moving averages. Again, doesn't look that bad. Some momentum there. Jemiah is a strong. That's again, I'm not making you this. I'm just kind of doing a quick little scan here through some of these names that are supposedly in play. What if I sorted by relative volume? Let's sort by relative volume. That FDMT is strong, but I don't like that chart. That's not bad, actually. That was the first one I kind of imprinted on. So I'm going to take this. Now, we can't buy more than 20,000 shares. So we'll just click on that. 20,000. Buy at the market. Send order in. So why did I buy that? Well, one, because it's on the list of eligible trades. I like the way that it's been pinched here at the rising 10 and the 200-day. Looks like it's giving way. Relative volumes, nothing to speak of, but it can increase as we get better. The price pulled up and is holding above this line and this line. So it's just being supported on both timelines. That's why I gravitated to that one. There's no looming moving averages coming down to meet it. Like as I go through other names here, nothing but moving averages on the daily above its head. No thanks. Sorry, that's the one we bought. This one's good, but it feels a little extended maybe, but it could be in play. What's the relative volume is very low. This FDMT is running right smack into a bunch of moving averages, so I don't like that. I could always think about going short something. What's this down? Oh, that's a new issue. This to me looks like a short. Let's do a short. Why am I saying this looks like a short? Well, look at the rejection wick up here on the 10 SMA, which is right there. And now this 5-day SMA has got a hold of it. It doesn't seem like it can get, it's got a lot of overhead resistance, the exact opposite of what I'm looking for on a long. But sitting right here in this little pocket, this is in play. So it's a $1 stock. Again, we'll buy, let's see, we can buy 20,000, sell short, 20,000 shares at the market. And we're short 20,000 shares. So I've got one long and one short. All I was really doing was just looking for where my favorite indicators are. Everybody uses different indicators. And, I just didn't want to have any longs that were not being supported by the indicators. And I don't want to have any shorts that are being not. What am I trying to say? I want my longs to be supported with nothing above it. This is the opposite. I don't want these longs because this is rejection. This is like rejection. The one that we did buy, supportive on the daily. There is an uptick. Supportive on the intradays. It's found support there. So just a little demonstration quickly on, how you can scan through some ideas and, find something that might work. And then from there, you just manage the risk. All right, so let's see. Yeah, it looks like we're caught up. Anybody have like a trade they're in that's in the contest and you're not quite sure what to do with it? I could tell you what I would do with it, but I'm not going to say you should do it, but I can give you reasoning. Here's the short squeeze scan over here. Oh, interesting. 27%. So everything on this top tree map here are short squeezes. All right. Takes the challenge, Ahmed. What do I think of Mira? Ooh, got itself a little pop, didn't it? And it's kind of really definitely respected that 225 level. And now look how it's behaved. This is why I use this indicator, you guys. 15-minute chart, price gapped up, settled, and where did it find support? These are where the patient, big institutional buyers that want to accumulate will buy. This is where the retail people chase price up here, big gap ups, or even right here, this big green bar. This might resolve a little bit. But once you start to identify this 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart as being, and I call it the momentum line, that means there's a buyer in there and they're keeping the momentum going. So you've got that working for you. Your moving averages are supportive. You still got a day and a half in this thing. You had 2 days of sell-off after a nice big plus day here. There's nothing to say, especially after this big volume spike that we just had, that this thing is going back to sleep. I kind of when I first looked at this one yesterday, I kind of fully expected it to come down one more day, but it didn't. So if you're long, it's looking good. I like to take profits when I can. If this thing wants to stay strong into the end of the day, then, yeah, more power to you. Oh, now here come the questions. YEAS. Whoops. Oh, I thought that was a symbol. So mirror, you both wanted mirror. Cool. Ahmad and residual. Pullback, you're saying. So as long as the price continues to respect this line throughout the day, I would stay with it. My rule is once it closes, 1 15-minute candle closes below that line, to me, the momentum is broken. The big buyer might be gone and leaving. So yeah, I got your residual income. Okay, go ahead and ask your question on Mira too, if you have a specific question. But so far, so good. And this is, again, perfect example of why I use this indicator, the 10 SMA. It tells me where the buyers will step in and support the price. They're no dummies. They might have a lot to buy. They're not going to chase price. I think Joshua is suggesting everybody's got the mirror. I've placed my position. Does the AI automatically sell? The AI is not going to sell automatically for you. You're going to have to do manual selling on your own, is what I'm saying. So there's no automated. Yeah, I got Andy in SMR too. He's starting to get a little happy. I hope that answered your question, Joshua. AI Holly suggested mirror line. you placed your position. So yeah, you're going to have to manage the trade. And that's really the nice thing about what this contest and this exercise does, is that, I get it. Everybody would like the machine to do it for them. But trading is different. It's not like, catching your Uber on the corner and rerouting to the other corner. It's just not that simple. The computer really can't tell you when to get out. The best results that I've seen are people excuse me, who use the AI as the entry idea, whether it's at that spot or their own idea of an entry. And then they manage the trade, because the way the AI works is it's programmed to look for ideas in real time and then trigger and give you that instant, this is the stock's in play. I'm triggering here at this level. But once that moment passes, all the nuances, or what's the sector doing, what's the SPY doing, what's the Qs doing, or is there news, where's the SMAs lining up, what's happening an hour and a half after the AI calls it. Well, the AI exit is based nothing more than historical data. In other words, 67% of the time, if you exit at 71 minutes after the, whatever, or other reasons, it just doesn't have the nuances that our human brain has. So I've been saying it from day one doing webinars around here. AI is a human and a machine symbiotic relationship. No machine is smarter than a human with a machine, and vice versa. You need the machine to show us what to look at and how to curate things, but you also need to use your own mind as things update in real time. So that answers the question, Joshua. You're better off learning how to manage the trade. And, again, we'll go back to Mira, I will use this trailing 10 SMA. Now, the price did get ahead of itself. And when you see these big green spikes, it probably wouldn't be a bad idea to take some off along the way and take advantage of those moments. Because as you see, sometimes, more often than not, you can buy it back a little cheaper going forward. But let's give this a couple of candles or two and see what happens. Got it. I'm glad that resonates with you, Joshua. Okay, did I miss anything? You got your Mira question answered. If anybody wants any other nuances on Mira, I think I've given all I can. Again, you can take advantage of those green spikes when you get them. Hey, Leon, you're also an SMR. Okay, so let's take a look. So I'm in half size right now in 2 different accounts. I got Andy involved. And as I mentioned earlier, again, the genesis of this trade was watching the 50, pulling it up after it had kind of done all this and seeing this bounce. I kind of watched it and I said, okay, let's see what happens when it gets to this declining 10 SMA. That's what I've been talking about. So in this case, I'm using it as a level of interest to tell me this might be the winds of change right here. It breaks above and closes just like a bad trade closing below. A good trade bouncing is going to close above and recapture and break the downside momentum. So it's done that now with basically 1, 2, we're working on our 4th candle. So now I'm looking forward. What's next? This is going to be next, the 130. So here's what I might do, Leon. If we get lucky enough to have the price come and converge with the 5-day SMA, I'm going to watch it. I'm still in half size. The day is not over. And in a perfect world, maybe it pulls back a little bit. And then maybe it digs in and starts to retest that 5-day. Once it captures and gets above that 5-day, that's probably where I would add the second half. And we might have a pretty good looking, green candle on the daily chart after a precipitous sell-off at a very convenient, pretty clean location there. So that's my plan, Leon. I'm in half. That's what I'm going to add. And I'm not going to use a stop at the moment. I'm using a mental stop of, as usual, the price needs to remain above this little curling 10 SMA here. So I'm in the go zone right now for only half. I anticipate selling here at this 5-day SMA. I'll see how that resolves. If it resolves higher, I will add the second half. And then, my stop will probably, let that become defined like later. Can't get too far ahead of myself. But you see this declining blue line. This is the 5-day SMA. This has been under pressure for a while. Flat, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days, including today, the downward slope. So the 5-day SMA will roll around back and forth, see that? Look at that. When this SMR really gets going, a couple of good touches there, a little sloppy right there. So it's just a matter of, timing the jump rope. I think the risk reward is pretty good down here. This thing can really move. So that's my thinking. Why use the 10 versus the 9 EMA? Because they're so close. There's really not much of a difference, in my opinion. The EMA is only giving more weight to the end of the calculation. Some people like that. I don't really think it's important to me. I think each node should be the same weight because that's what it is. I've always tried to just keep it simple, but there's no wrong answer. Some people use 8 EMA, some people use 9, some people use 13. SMA 10, SMA 8, it doesn't really matter. They're all pretty close. That's why Ripster, one of our good friends, uses the cloud. He kind of takes a little band, the distance between a couple and gives you a gray area. So there really is a gray area between the 9 EMA and the 10 SMA, just because there's a quantifiable value that it touches. I mean, yeah, certain algos might use that as a waypoint, but for the most part, they're just general areas. And so with that being said, there's no right answer. That's why I use a 10, because I always have, and I'm just dogmatic. And I used to use it on a 5, but then all of a sudden when I started swing trading and pulling back a little bit, I noticed on the 15, the correlation was extremely much better than the correlation frequency that it was on the 5 SMA. Let's see what our friend Mira is doing, since so many people are in it, and then we'll check on the 2 trades I took. Let's see, theoretically, this little half pullback here starts to get into an area where maybe somebody who's not into it might join the party. Maybe I'll put in a limit order at 301 and grab a little quick entry. Let's try that. Let's see how much buying power I think I have or don't have. Oh, I might not have any buying power. Let's see if I get rejected. So we'll go Mira, buy 5,000, limit, buy, limit 301. Now see it's saying preparing order, buying. Let's see if I get, okay. Let's look at my messages, orders, excuse me. Okay, Mira, you see these in purple? When you guys are doing this contest, and if you're not sure why is my order hanging, maybe some of you have figured this out. Why is my order hanging? Well, in purple, it means you don't have enough buying power, usually is the reason. Okay, so 312. I might, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to show trades so I can adjust this the right way. Show orders. Okay, I'm going to move this order up a little bit. I'll move it up to 304, 305. So I'm going to simulate a trade buying this pullback, and then if I get it, I will lean on the 10 SMA. How are these other trades? Oh, shoot, I'm making money. Look at this. COMS is in the money. Not much, but it's this. Oh, that's an old trade. That's why I'm not making money. Got to make sure you only have this. AI in July only. I forgot to clear out of an old trade, and it shows up in the old prior contest. So what is this one doing? This is that short, and I would still stick with this short. That's a very strong confluence right there of two moving averages. That's what I'm looking for, and I could see that on the daily too. All right, looks like we're caught up with questions. We check the market out. Okay, we're grinding higher, so that's a good start for the bulls. So far, so good. Yeah, really good grind higher, but day's not over yet. We'll see. That's a good start, which means the IWM, yeah, solid. SMR, just keep doing that. Mira got close to the execution, but not quite there. I still think there's enough space in between the current price and the way this thing's been trading. I might get lucky and get a good little entry there. The other one, NNE and SMR, are similar. These nano small modular nuclear technology companies. SMR has the better chart. So I'm just going to stick with that one. These Bitcoin blockchains, they're just brutal. They're all over the place. Mara. A-R-A. Oh, it's misspelled. It's had a big pullback too. It's reclaimed its 10. I mean, I almost want to consider this. I don't know why. They're so tricky to trade, though. They've been so hit or miss. This hut was a good one, but it got ahead of itself. Hive, there's so many different names. BTBT. But the big ones are Mara and Riot. Type too fast. Gosh, I kind of like that Mara. What's Bitcoin doing? Bought some of that Mara. Okay. Catching up. What is that green line using and its major significance indicator? Are you talking about these green lines that turn blue when I move them? If that's what you mean, those are price alerts. Go ahead and get back to me. I ran similar to SMR. Is that what's different? But I don't like it, and I'll say why. Because look at this pinch. The 50 SMA was holding it up, and to me, the 50 SMA is everything. If you're below that, I'm not interested usually, especially after a big run if it breaks. So yesterday, it dripped down and closed, posted a red close on low candle, breaking the 50 SMA with a close, and has done nothing but just made it worse today. So it's got a lot of headwinds to get back up into the game when I see a chart like that. I hate to see that wedge break and resolve to the downside. The green line following along the candlesticks. Okay, if it's this one, it's the 10 SMA. That's my bread and butter. It's 10 simple moving averages, 10, 15-minute candles averaged. Can I trade crypto in here? No, we're just measuring and monitoring and scanning U.S. stock equities. There are some plans. I don't know if they're going to be anytime soon to turn on, scanning for the crypto market. However, that's 24/7, and we're not there yet architecturally. When things start forcing everything going 24/7, that might force, the developers to move into that space more. So they're involved with Bitcoin. Yeah, that's what it looked like um, by their profile. But that chart just breaking to 50 kind of said all I needed to see. I mean, this intraday look here, is what I'm looking at right here. So under pressure, under pressure, under pressure, regained, pulled back, tested. So it's kind of like an inverted head and shoulders, really, right? On a 15-minute candle. That's why I'm trying to trust Mara here, because it was way up here a week and a half ago. Now it's pulled right back down into the junk, into the trash. And if it can just give me a bit of a bounce and get back near highs up here, I'll keep it and take it home overnight. And these are the ones you might look back on a few days later and go, wow, that was a pretty good patient hold. Obviously, I'd like to see that. The green, okay. So if you do in fact mean my 10 SMA, two things I can do. One, I can just give you my chart so you can copy and have all the settings, which I'm doing now. Here comes the cloud code to that. But two, this is the 5-day moving average, and I want to explain, if you haven't heard this sermon, the 5-day moving average is expressed with 130 candles, because I said day moving average, not 15-minute chart. So if you divide 130 candles into 15-minute candles into 5 days of trading, it perfectly works out to be 130 candles. So therefore, 130 on a 15-minute chart is your 5-day moving average. That comes into play for me. The other one is just 10. That's 10 15-minute candles, and that's why this line is more jumpy. It's faster, but it will tell me when momentum is being broken or hold. Again, I'll go back to yesterday. Momentum broke. It was held down, held down, held down. A little sloppy, but held down, held down, held down. And now it's peeking its head up, pulling back and testing. And now if this line can just start to turn and move higher like it was doing in Mira, that's all I want to see. And that's how simple you can make it. And you only need to make it. And that's how simple I try to make it. So look, it's not pulling back to that little entry, that sim entry I had, which is a good sign. It still might, so I'm going to leave it in there. But you can see how that 10 SMA turned up and then just started holding the price. And that's what tells me if there's a buyer in there, if there's momentum. You got to see options capability in crypto. Yeah, we could do both. David, I don't know what we would do in terms of options that that people don't have, I guess I should say. I mean, I know that we have the put and call volume and ratios, and we can identify bursts of contract activity. But in terms of, hey, there was a 3-strike price sweeper, or this guy's, there's obviously those types of things that other platforms have gotten pretty good at. I think Thinkorswim, built their reputation on good options analytics. It just never jibed with what we built, which is, taking the U.S. equities down to the simplest form of 1-minute candle timeframes and identifying the high, low, open, close, and volume in each data point, and then just kind of stringing things together to create stuff for value evaluating stocks. So Joshua, you can use that chart that I have, and you can load that if you want it. us could do a better job of recognizing existing options positions. Oh, I'm sure that's the case. It just hasn't been the focus. And I know there's a lot of people who love to trade the weekly options and the crazy, crazy daily options, things like that. Okay, residual income. Let's see. Is it me or is everything going slow? Do you mean in the market or our software? If you feel like it's the software, click up there and reset connection a couple times. 92 ms is good for me, but maybe you're talking about the market. And if you're talking about the market, it's probably correct because yes, yes, on a double answered question, it's August. There you go. Qualify. It's August. That's what I'm saying. And August, you ever been to Europe in August? Nobody's home. Nobody's working. They're all near the water. Kids are out of school. Families are on vacation. The market always slows down in August, and it's going to stay this way, really, barring any major news, all the way up until Labor Day. My daughter figured out a way. She's a yoga instructor and has a big following here in San Diego, and she's on a like a catamaran cruise yacht, a sail yacht with like 12 people in the islands of Croatia. And I've just been following her little escapades over there in Europe. And looks nice. Pretty good deal. You just do 1 hour of yoga on the dock, and then you get yourself a free trip to Croatia. Zeta trade of the week. Let's see how it's doing. I haven't even checked on it. And oof, boy, they made it difficult, didn't they? It broke out. I've got to no interesting. Yeah, that one they made it made that one tough. Let me see where that one was. Hold on a second. Must have been an old one, huh? Because I can't find how far long ago we called that one. Got me confused, Leon. I don't know where we saw that one. All right, what do we got? Oh, about 10 minutes or so. Again, I'm barely paying attention. How is my little brokerage plus trades doing? Up $402 since I bought them and sold them. And I never got Myra. Although I'm going to raise my stop here and I'm going to just pop in there and see if I can get a fill. Looks like it's set at 315 down here. Got Mira and Mara. Did I get it? Yeah, I got it. Okay, so it gave me my fill. Gave it a 318 actually. There it is, buying at 318 after I moved it. Anyhow. Oh, maybe I missed that one from a different channel. I was looking on an old channel where I uploaded them. Ah, yeah, April 1st. Look at that. Right off the 50. Yeah, Leon, that's why I just was talking earlier about that 50. That's the buy that I'm doing right now. Look at this. All the way back. It looks kind of familiar. Like maybe this is a future version of SMR. See, like I'm doing right here. I've been talking about this trade all hour, how I'm scaling into this trade. Leon was reminding me that a past trade of the week call back in April was essentially similar. It's done nothing but move higher off there. Found support again there, roughly again there. So that's why I use the 50 SMA and I call it the general bill of health. Took my eye off that name. It's really done a lot since then, hasn't it? Not bad. My eye is on currently is this SMR. And again, I fully expect to see a crossroads at some point later today between the 5-day and maybe the price. That would be a good thing. It would be a good problem to have. I'll take that. Then I'll watch how that trades and how it resolves. And if it resolves to the upside, that's when I add the full boat. Then maybe I'm just in for a day and a half, and that's all I'm looking for right there. I hate getting too far ahead of myself, but this is the game plan. That's all I want. And then if I did get that, I would probably only sell half because I'd want to stick around and see if the other half could go higher. Right. So far, this Mar is not doing anything for me. Just sitting there. Tell you though, these blockchain stocks have gotten the best of me lately. I've been zigging when I should be zagging. And then, of course, I'm still in beat. And I'm speaking of the 50-day SMA. I'm invested in this one. It's not a trade. It seems to want to hold that level. So a buyer jumps in every time it gets down here near the 50 SMA. That's all I need to see. Because I preach all the time not to fall in love with stocks, but I have to have a reason to be in them, not because I like the company or I like the model. If the technicals are telling me I'm wrong, then I have to admit it. All right. I'll be here another 5 minutes or so. Does anybody need any help with anything or want to look at anything before I leave? I've joined some of you in this Myra. My other two trades that I'm just having fun with. Let's see. Calm is a long. It's working. Increasing relative volume a little bit. This short. Ooh, the short is rolling over. I like that. That's what I needed. That's why I showed you guys right there. It's a pretty heavy wall confluence of the 5-day and this 10 SMA rolling. These two moving averages just kind of work in pairs for me and give me areas of interest. So I call this the armpit. And you can see why. It's an armpit of moving averages, and the price is just kind of stuck in the armpit, underneath the armpit. NVAX. I was in this one with Andy 2 days ago. Oh, it's looking good again, isn't it? Notice how it was holding up, and then it just, people couldn't take it anymore. They had to take profits. Held that line, got thrusted lower. More people took profits. Recouped the 10 SMA. Got a couple closing candles, and now what was resistance is now support again. I would not be somebody to buy this right here. Look at all this space you have. You want to be the person buying down here like I did in SMR, be the person buying on a pullback to the test of the line, but you don't want to be the person buying after a couple big green moves and a big separation from the current guide, the guiding hand of the 10 SMA. And it's a beauty on the daily chart too. Oh, I love it. I mean, it's just, I call this like a bird in the hand. It's just kind of sitting there being supported by all these moving averages. There's nothing above it in the near term in terms of a moving average. So I call this clean air. There's a lot of clean air up here, and it could, I think it's got a good short float too. Let me see. The old trick. Yeah, 21%. That's not bad. So yeah, I might even put an alert in here. right there, which is the high of yesterday and the 10 SMA of today. Move it up a little bit. I might even participate if it pulls back and touches that line. I wouldn't be opposed to that because there's a lot of congestion on this daily range here. We're just peeking a turtle head out. Might get one more chance to load up, and I might take it if I get it. So that's why I set that price alert. When it says early earning call entry pre-market, if something is having earnings pre-market on August 6th, when would I typically place my trade? I'm not sure how you would place a trade based on earnings. I don't trade earnings, but I wait for the earnings to come out. We have an earnings channel. You can go in there and look at how and see how the earnings the earnings date is set with numerical values like, -1 means earnings were yesterday, or -0.25 means they were this morning. SIGA looks like NVAX. I just can't. Is it also a pharmaceutical? These pharmaceuticals can do anything at any moment. You just never know. Mira moving up. Maybe it's a good thing I jumped in, huh? I want my real money SMR to do that, and my real money Mara to do that. But these pharmaceutical, that's a good looking daily chart. I like it. MNKD was one that Brian Shannon likes. That's also a pharmaceutical. That's not bad either. Boy, it's really setting up to do something. I might have to put a price alert in this. Look at that bull flag. Look at those wicks above the 10 SMA. So I would come in here and I would say, there's a definitive goalpost right there. The sellers have drawn a line at 6. Any trade above 6 could come out of that consolidation and have some run to it. I wouldn't mind that level. Okay, I think we're all caught up.
Sounds like my cue.
Yeah, perfect.
Want to go?
Yeah, I need a drink. Not a drink in that sense.
No, not a drink.
Just a water.
Yeah,
some water.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right.
We won't tell. Okay. Even if we're something else.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
It is. Okay, Steve.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks a lot. Just want to, thanks a lot again for spelling me. We'll see you next week.
Yep. Bye,
guys. I've taken over, and I have line on my chart here, guys. So this is a big IPO that just came out. Line just came out. I don't know what it was IPO priced at. I don't see the pricing of it. Oh, sorry, guys. I was on mute in the main room. So I see that line did come out. I don't see in my headline news. I don't see what it was priced at. Do you know, William? $78.56. Okay, 78. Okay, we'll call it 78. So okay, it's a little bit of enthusiasm. Thank you, Draw and William. I see your question, DMAC. Did somebody answer, or did you go over to YouTube by any chance? Where do you make the trades for the contest? Okay. Just click on new. Well, there's no link. No, YouTube's done now. I've taken over both rooms. So just click on new from the toolbar. Click on new and then Brokerage Plus. Okay, Brokerage Plus. And when you do that, you should see something that looks like this. Okay, you'll have this. Now, you might have different column headers. Now, the next thing to do is click on Sim for simulation underneath Brokerage Plus. There are two options, Live and Sim. Click on Sim. Now, because when you load it for the first time, this is what I think this is what you're going to see. Just give me a moment. You'll probably see not connected. Okay, and then click on Sim. And now this should turn probably to paper trading. Now, the key thing to do is click on where it says paper trading in that little box and make sure you pick the right account to trade in, AI and July PMC. Okay. And when you do that, now you can start placing trades in the right account. Now, you can only trade the AI alerts, either the ones from today or in that screen. You cannot click on Sim. You're connected. You have a green ball. You can't click on Sim. Now, when you say you can't, you mean it's sort of like it's grayed out. Oh, you have a red ball. That's the reason. That's the reason. Now, were you in did you go to our web-based version by any chance? Okay, you got to get out of the web-based version. You can only be, okay. You can only be in, call it one kind of trade ideas at a time. Okay, so this is the downloadable application. So just get out of the other one, and then once you do that, it should turn green. Once you do that, then the sim should work. Click on the sim, and then again, it should turn to paper trading. It should say paper trading. It may automatically go to AI in July. I don't know, but just make sure you check this one though. You've got, okay, good. You got to be trading in the right account for the contest. And then, you can only trade. You can trade these guys today, and I think I showed you. If you go to the AI channel, you click on New, Docked Channel Bar, and click on the Show More. So you can scroll all the way down, and then Holly AI, and then you can also trade any one of these ones. Okay, anyone that is in here. Just waiting for it to populate. And shoot, that froze me up. Doggone it, that's twice today. I wonder why that happened. I don't know why it happened, but nothing I can do about it. I'm going to have to, well, when you do it, hopefully you'll see a bunch of symbols here, okay? Now, just because this was the short opportunities and these were the long, you can trade them any direction you want. All right, guys, unfortunately, I'm going to have to end the task and reload, hopefully. And Pepe, yes, I did save my layout, so it should not be a problem. Okay, I'm back. Now I've got this going on again. That's some weird stuff happening, Pepe. I got it back. I had to duplicate it, but I don't know if this is still going to work. Okay, guys, so I'm back. And the only issue is now I lose all my top 10. I lose everything that I had before in terms of the alerts. Not the end of the world, but now serve. I am definitely. What is happening? All right, guys. Well, serve is, it's interesting. I think what I did is I put a price alert. 1026 was yesterday's high, I believe. 1026 was yesterday's high. You can kind of see if it takes that out. Then, of course, the next high is 13, almost 14. Why does this happen? Huh. Like unstable like this? This is really crazy. And I did save my layout. At 1034, you told me to save my layout, so I did save it. At least this chart is working. And I have a feeling that I'm still not going to be able to load the go no go channel. Well, I'll be able to load it, but I won't have a chart. Get out of here. Yeah, I'm locked up again. Yeah. All right, guys. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to exit again. All right, guys. I apologize for this. This is kind of weird. Manish, is that you? Is that you, Manish? I mean, I see your Manish in YouTube, but is that you? In other words, who's leading? Or Manish? Manish, yeah, Manish. Well, you're still leading, man. You're way ahead, like way ahead. If that's you, this is Manish in our YouTube room asking, and you're way up, 60,000. Next, Ahmed, good for you, Ahmed, at 30,000. Okay, so well, I can cheer for you too. Then I like to cheer for people that are either in the YouTube room or the main room. And so we've got Manish, Ahmed, Oliver, Pepe, and Grumpy. So all those people are in the YouTube room, and the top two, I'm sorry, in the Manish is in our YouTube room right now, and Ahmed is in our main room. You got a healthy lead. Come on. All right, guys, I'm trying to get to the bottom of this. Why I can't. You know, Pepe, it may even have. I want to do this. Tools. I keep, it doesn't want to save that. I hate this surfing. Send files to support. Good one. Oh man, guys, look at CMAX now. This has been a tough one all day, but look at CMAX now. It's a tough one in my opinion anyway. Let me get this 15-minute chart. Look at the beginning of the day, how choppy it was, but now look at it, CMAX. And my guess, don't know if this was ever an AI alert, if CMAX was ever an AI alert. Because of course, if it was, William, I just don't get it. I don't understand why the company decides that every time somebody takes out a subscription, the default is surfing, because it confuses the heck out of people. Anyway, I don't. How do you pull up a chart for Mira? Just start typing in the symbol. So if you left click on a chart, now just start to type. Should have a change symbol box pop up. Okay, you just start typing in MIRA. And you can either click on change or hit enter on your keyboard and it'll change it. Okay. Nope. And I really like the go no go charts. So well, how have you been charting, Jermaine? You don't have any charts? Well, then click on new and chart window. Okay, click on new and chart window. And then you'll get a chart, certainly loading. Okay. Guys, this serve looks really interesting on this break right here. I mean, that's a high yesterday, 1026. 1026. Good move in the market today, guys. I mean, this is basically wiping out yesterday. I mean, the Dow's up 500. I think it was down 500 yesterday or something like that. And the NAS is up 124 or 194. I think the NAS was down a lot more yesterday, but look at CMAX, you miserable. Well, I don't want to say that. Anybody who's in it, congrats. I wonder if I go back a build even. Never mind. Wow, CMAX. I'm surprised. Well, it is halted. Oh, it resumed. Sorry, it resumed. It was halted at 514. Look at it now, 638. I'm hoping maybe Serve can do something like that. Now, CMAX has 2.8 million in the float, and Serve has more. I'm sure more. Yeah, 23 million. Not high, but certainly more. Not that are populating. And if I go to the channel, nothing populates. If I right click and duplicate it, I'll get some data, but the minute I click on a symbol, it's back to no data. Well, that's interesting because I do have a go no go chart also, but let's see what you've got. I mean, I have one myself but let's see if yours works. Oh, window count 7. So that's a layout. Is that a layout? Oh, it's a dock. Okay, so it won't, okay. So I'm okay then. Aha! And that's from your channel. That's from the channel. Interesting. See, now what I can do is duplicate it into a free-floating window at least. So how long ago was this one? Now, before I do that, let me make sure. Yeah, changes. Okay. So my build must be terrible. It was fine yesterday, and it was not a new build that I got into last night. So my build, thank you for that. Now, you're right. I understand. It's got the 3 scans available. That makes sense. Okay, William, thank you. You'll keep the room open until 4 o'clock. Great. No, Jermaine, Brokerage Plus works like this. Okay. You see the order, you see the box right there? Brokerage Plus has got nothing to do with charts. Okay. So when you click on a symbol, the symbol will change in Brokerage Plus. And assuming you've got charts up like I do, your charts will change too. Okay. So you don't launch a chart from Brokerage Plus. Brokerage Plus just allows you, when you click on a symbol, there's the symbol, but you should have some charts up. Okay, you've got to have some charts up. Or chart, at least one chart. Okay, I wanted to do this on purpose. Oops. This is all screwed up too. Well, that's the problem. I'm always sort of the guinea pig for these development builds. This has not been a good one for me anyway. No. You've got to have some charts up and running. Well, not quite as many as you want. You have access to 10 in our standard service and 20 in our premium service. So these are my 3 timeframes that I like to see when I click on a symbol. You may have different timeframes you want. And so you notice, and they're all linked. That's why it's linked. Symbol linking, okay? So that's why when I click on a symbol, oh man, I'm hung up again. Wow. Oh, no, I'm not. Am I? No, I'm not. Premature. But that's why when I click on a symbol, these all change. Guys, keep an eye on the serve, okay? If it gets close to 1020, that was yesterday's high. 1026 actually is yesterday's high. If it does that, I mean, it could get really going again because, look at the 3 days ago is when it got up to 1389. Whoops, Manish, well, your gap is still there at 30,000, but you dropped 10,000. But Lazar also dropped, and Lazar is briefly ahead of Ahmed, and there's Oliver still there, Pepe still there, and Grumpy still pulling up the rear at number 10. Now that's the top 10, guys. We have about 170 in the contest, so. It must have popped to $1. It's showing up another scan that I got, and my minimum is $1, so it must have just got into $1 TCS. Keep an eye on serve, guys. Okay, Kitty. They get along great. It's wonderful to see. Now, if human beings could do the same thing, that would be pretty cool. All right, guys, I'm really don't want to miss the serve if it really blasts through that 1026 area. Again, I'm not saying I'm going to take the trade absolutely if it gets there. It's just a matter, but I do want to know, okay? Everybody has a different definition. I don't think there's any like true definition of a low float, Jermaine. I mean, I used to think 20 million and under was a low float. Some in the room might say, no, it's got to be 5 million and under. Some might even say 1 million and under, which is ridiculously low, okay? But as I always say, it all depends on what you're used to trading. And when I say you, I'm just talking in general. If you're used to trading Apple with 15 billion in the float, or stocks like that with like billions of shares in the float, that person would think probably 100 million is a low float. So it all really depends on what you're used to trading. Now, speaking of your TCS draw, there it is. Look at this thing go. The Container Store. I remember when this was a lot more expensive. Like, $20. And this is not reverse split adjusted. This is like truly, this was up to almost $20. Maybe more even. Yeah, look at this. And I'm pretty sure this is not reverse split adjusted. It maybe, but it might have got up to 50. So right here, this is back in 2014. 40, but in recent memory. All right, let's see where this thing could open. 113, 114. So this is the Halt's resume. Well, time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, the blue screen you see here. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. This is the halt price. This is New York also. I wonder if New York does the same sort of thing, not really showing their hand in terms of where it could open. Well, Pepe, I may even try docking tomorrow, just for fun. I think it all had to do with the scans I had and getting rid of the heat map, only having one race. Delisting filing. Okay. Well, again, we're never ever talking about marrying any of these stocks. Just try to trade what we see. In fact, I'll start off very give me a moment, guys. I'm just arranging some charts on my other monitor. All right, so I brought back just had to get rid of my floating charts. So here they are. Here's my, I mean, I love the docking. It just seemed to be disrupting my system too much. So all right, guys, TCS just opened, and what an explosion. Look at this explosion. Remember, it was halted at 113, so 125. Well, on a percentage basis, that was a pretty big explosion, and who knows where it's going. The next high, wow, look at that, 135. This is going to get halted again. This will get halted again. Oh, it didn't get halted again. I'm really surprised. Yeah, at the 200-day anyway, right now, 133. Wow. Wonder is there any news on it other than low float? I mean, who posted that information about it? SS was a delisting filing. I don't know when that was. So a lot of times, a company gets a delisting filing because their share price is underneath $1. I mean, there are other reasons why a company will get delisted, but that's one of them usually. And so I don't know what's happening and who's pumping the heck out of it. And now it's halted again. Now it's halted. I don't see any news on it. Guys hear that outside my window? Really interesting. All right, I'm going to have some fun here, guys. As much as this can be fun, I'm going to create some more docs. Chloe, yeah, she is. Yeah, Tank, I know what you mean. When she dislocated her hip 8 weeks ago, 9 weeks ago, I thought she wouldn't walk again, but my goodness, it's amazing. Take a look at the leaderboard now, guys. Manish is still maintaining a 30,000 lead over Ahmed. Oliver still in 4th place. Pepe is in 7th, and Grumpy still will not leave. He's in 10th place. All right, I'm going to create some docs here, guys. You watch what I do right on the, yeah, well, yeah, pets, huge part of our family. Okay, I'm going to create a new doc. Now, what am I going to call it? So I'll call this doc Momo Race Halt in Gap. I'm going to put these 4 in there. And this is what you do. So I'm going to right click and see, I'm going to duplicate it in there. And then I'm going to do the same with the race, duplicate it. So now I've got 2 things going on. I'm going to duplicate the Momo, duplicate into it again. Now I've got 3. Ah, shoot. It's okay. And now this one, there don't the gaps. Okay, now the fun part. Now I get to rearrange them where I want them. Well, if I want them the same way, this gets a little tricky. I may have to do this off a screen so I don't embarrass myself. Okay, we have a reasonable facsimile now of these 4. So now I can start to shrink this down a bit. Yeah, stress test is right. See, I can't get this to look like that. You know what? I'm going to go back. I'm just going to, I'll do it afterwards. Can't get this to look the way I want it. The race is always a bit of a challenge. Everything else is easy, but it's to size it so it looks like this. Okay, guys, getting back to serve. I'm on serve. Okay, not on it. When I say, I shouldn't say that. I'm not in serve, but now what happened with the TCS? Boy, you can just sort of see. I mean, look, the trend is up. Obviously, the trend is up. You've got some topping tails and bottoming tails to deal with. It's not been smooth, but boy, oh boy. I don't know if serve was. Yes, it was actually. Serve was not telling anybody to do it, but serve was an AI alert. It was a short. Doesn't matter. You can trade it any way you want, but it was an AI alert. I can just see the little cell right there. So it was an AI. So it was an AI alert. So it is eligible for the contest. I mean, this is the one I actually swung over the weekend. As big a swing trader as I am, I held it one day, but it was over the weekend. And that, look what happened for me on Monday. So I bought this was on Friday, and then Monday I had a beautiful run. But Pepe, I thought you said that docking was putting a strain on your system. I thought you said that. Keep an eye, guys. I mean, look at this. I mean, 1026, only 8 cents away from that high of yesterday for serve. Oh, in the early days. Oh, I see. I see. Okay. The problem I've got with it right now, though, I mean, it's extended on that go no go chart. I would have loved to have seen it maybe here, pink, a little bit of a pink, not pink, but the light green, and then a nice big blue candle, but it's a little bit extended on this go no go chart. Pepe, are you actually using any of the scans from it? Are you using any of the scans? Okay, guys, what time is it now? 1:41. So I'm going to go over my homepage one last time today and the information you can find on it. Including the scans that I'm sharing. Oops. Yeah, I agree. 100%, Pepe. Michael's trying to make sure that, you've got some decent volume and things like that. But I agree. That's why, I really don't use it because I want to have my own scans loading into Go No Go. He talks about the server overload and all that. If we were allowing everybody to do that, I don't know enough about that. Okay, guys, I put my homepage link in. So this is what you're going to see. So here is a promo code you can use if you want to take out a subscription, Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And as always, please use my code, whatever the code is coming into my homepage, whatever that code is, it changes from time to time. But if you use that code, it really helps the room. The room gets credit for the subscription, which really helps to keep the room free. Get started, 10 short videos, turning off of the download and install, first startup and login, moving down to an introduction to scans, top list windows and alert windows, okay? It's the first thing you have to do. 10 short videos, take you 30 minutes if you look at them all. If you're new to trading, Trading 101 is for you. Michael Noss put all this together, about 38 videos, okay? Give me one moment. Okay, guys, I'm going to be about 5 minutes or so. Okay, guys, I'm back. I just have a couple of things I have to do, but I am back. And one thing to do is now we have a promo code. Just give me a moment, okay? Okay, guys, just give me a moment. All right, so we do have a new promo code, okay? That'll get you 25% off. So if you go to my homepage, it's not in there yet. So obviously don't use this, the Berry 15. You can use this AI July PMC 25. You'll get 25% off the first month only, or the entire year. Okay. So let me put that in, and just go to my homepage, and that's the promo code to use to get 25% off. Oh. And all right, now I do see that serve got up to that area and it pulled right back down. Whoa, we have a new person in second place out of absolutely nowhere, guys. Interesting. This person was not in the top 10 at all. I did not see him in the top 10 at all, but he has vaulted into second position. Van Mark. Now, I don't know what he got into, but he must have got into some, maybe he got serve. I don't know. Maybe I have no idea. I could check. I'm not going to tell you guys, but I could check. But he came out of nowhere, or this person came out of nowhere, was not in the top 10 until, well, just a few minutes ago. So he's in the second position right now, Van Mark. I have to see what he traded. Now he's well, okay, now it's down here. So whatever he was in, now he's down $10,000. Oh, well, I'll just move on. Easy come, easy go. Are you serious, Oliver? Well, if it is Cmax, it would have had to have a pop and then a drop. Oh, cool. Yeah, that you can. So yeah, it was probably Cmax, but because you can tell because now all of a sudden he's down when he was way up, and he's down because of the pullback here. Now he's it. Anyway, cool. Now, how much of a friend? Enough of a friend that you want him to beat you, or is this really friendly competition for bragging rights? Okay. That doesn't mean that you don't want to beat him. I have best friends too, and I'm pretty competitive. But if I can't win, if I can't win, yeah, my friend's got to win. Gotcha. Not today. CMAX was not an alert today, and I can't tell you when. Let me go to a monthly chart. Let's hope it is. Well, this is interesting. No, I'm not sure. It might have been something else before CMAX. Maybe it turned into it, but I'm not seeing it as an AI alert at any time. So, Oliver, you said you went back and you had 460 odd tickers. Is CMAX one of them? Now, you can go past. You can go past January. So it's not in your list of 400 odd stocks. Well, I'd hate for him to be disqualified. If that, I don't know for sure if that because you know what? I don't have. There he is. Okay, I'll see if that was the one he actually traded. Okay, you know what? It's all good. It's all good. That's not what he traded. So it's all good. All right, guys, serve on the move here. Serve is starting to get on the move here, guys. No. He wasn't cheating. He was, and I would hate to call it cheating. Some people just don't know, but all right, serve on the move. On the move. Okay, and I'm glad to see TCS was one of them. All right, guys. Well, serve is starting to work here. I've taken some off just around the 1050 mark. And now let's see. I mean, now we have, I mean, there's our next time. Not saying it's getting there. Okay. I'm not saying it's getting there. Yeah, TCS is on the is there. I saw it. I did see TCS right here. Back in well, you went back to 22. This is in November of 21. So how does your friend who knew nothing about trade ideas, maybe, he found it and you didn't? Sorry. Gentle dig. Yeah, it's a feel. It's feel for me, Corey, okay? There's not like a percentage. Depends when I got in and how quickly it went. It's not a percentage. I don't say, okay, I'm going to take a third off, half off, 25%. Depends how much, a little bit how much conviction I've got. Well, then he fluked into it, Oliver. I'll tell you that. He fluked into it right there because that was back in 2021. Well, it's interesting because, the first, remember, I've been saying for quite a while, there's your a magic area, but right there, taking out that 1026. And look what happened. It got through it briefly once, and then it moved back down. And then the second time it got up is when I thought, okay, this looks like it could go. Now, I don't know where it's going. And you know what? There's a part of me that if it closing well, meaning closing near the high of the day, I may keep some. But that is not a recommendation to do the same thing. All right, guys, I've got maybe 30 minutes left in this room, and good opportunity to ask questions if you have any. Pepe, that's a good question. Do I have a full list? No, I don't, Oliver. I do not. That is a good question. Yeah, I did see that, William. I did see you were going to keep the room open until 4-ish. Thank you. Yeah, Oliver, you may want to tell him. I know he probably didn't know, but Pepe is completely correct. He went, you're only allowed to buy 20,000 shares max of anything, and he went way over that. So just on that trade, just on that trade. Yeah, I don't have a list like that, Oliver, that I could give you. I'd give it if I had, but I do not have a list like that. I've never looked at the long-term AI. 20 20,000 per trade max. Okay. It should be in the rules. And the other thing to tell him, Oliver, you can only trade the same stock on any given day 5 times in and out. Okay. It's all in the rules. Good thing to look at. Yeah. Well, those rules are fairly clear. I understand the what you could trade was a mess. I get it. There's only one way to describe it, but it is what it is, guys. Just yeah, this is clear. Trading rules right there. Maximum limit 20,000 shares per trade. 5 round trips, minimum 5 round trips. That's pretty clear. The only thing that unfortunately was not clear was what you could trade, which is is a big deal. I get it, completely get it. But this is pretty clear. There you go. There you go. Well, it says a limit of 20,000 shares per trade. That's the maximum size rule, 20,000 shares per trade. Oh, 100%, Pepe. 100%. The next one, what they're going to do is going to be, if they do it something like this, I hope they don't. I like the other way. I like it. I like the Wild West, where you can trade anything. But they're going to create they'll have the tree map, and then the tree map will. Well, you can't go over $100,000 trading. I mean, you have a max of $100,000. So you could take 20,000 shares of a $2 stock, but you couldn't take 20,000 shares of unless I'm not understanding what you're driving at. All right, guys, 2:11. I have another 20 minutes or so. Yeah, good. Okay, Dragonfly, good one. Okay, guys, I'm just there's an internal conversation that I'm following. That's why I'm silent. I've silenced myself. So I have another 20 or 15 minutes or so for me. What I'm going to do is, oh, wait, about 10 minutes. In our YouTube room, I will put the main room link or how to get into the main room. So you can head over there. If you want, we'll keep the room open until 4-ish. There'll be nobody talking, no screen sharing, but There's a late burster, guys. The Nvini Group, NVNI, out of this is Brazil. Yeah, out of Brazil. Okay, and the other one, remember, I don't think it's a problem here. I think Manish, are you listening? Are you still listening? You're over in YouTube before. Can you still hear me? Because again, one of the rules is you got all day tomorrow, of course, but one of the rules is you have to trade 5 different stocks also. Now, what I'd do if I were way ahead, I would maybe buy 1 share. If I had 3 different stocks and I needed to do 2 more, I didn't want to give anything up, I'd probably buy 10 shares or something and get out of it immediately. And do that 2 or 3 times just to get to the minimum of 5. You can hold it overnight. Yes, Mac. That's what, in fact, that's what Manish did. He held, I think Mira, M-I-R-A, he held that overnight. And that's where he made his big leap. You see, and look at after hours. So I think he got out somewhere around here, but look what happened. He held this one and look what it did for him. So I can't remember what he was in at, around 240, we'll say, and it got up to 378. That EW, you talk, yeah, I haven't been following it. Last time I saw it was about 2 hours ago. And this was just a terrible earnings or reaction to earnings anyway. Still down. That's why. I'm going to. I know, Pepe. I know. So that still is, yeah, that still is a bit of a, I don't want to call it a bug, but yeah, going from legacy charts to the browser charts mid-session is not good. Unless, anyway, yeah, EW has just been, hmm. I'm going to go home now, guys. This is crazy. The charts don't correlate to brokerage price. Are you talking about a slight time delay or something? Or are, when you say you're talking about the price? Okay, so I don't know what you mean exactly. I'm looking here, 273. I see the bid at bid 273. I mean, it's there. It may be like a penny or so, but I mean, it should be pretty much the same. I mean, I'm looking at that one. If I get another one up, say EW, yeah, I mean 6109, 6113 at 6107. Well, there it is, bid 6107. So, well, it's a linking. Okay. Well, this is always linked in my. I don't think there's any option to unlink it. Okay, you got me there, draw. Say home outside of this chair. How about that? Get outside of this chair. You know what? I was trying to explain this earlier and why I left this in, okay? And because then I think my wife might have called or something. But I was talking about in the Brokers Plus and the max P&L and the distance from exit price. This can give you a bit of a clue about how good your exits are, or at least partial exits even. So I did this on purpose, okay? So here was VKTX. This was in the simulator. Put that over there. So there is my entry at 67.46. At one time, I was up $468, okay, in the simulator. And now I'm down $100. That is obviously not how you should trade, right? But I wanted to leave this in because having this can give you an idea about, well, how good are my exits? Now, nobody is saying that you will get in or out right at the very top penny, but something reasonable might have been 350 max P&L. If the max P&L was 468, maybe getting out with 350, but you should not let it turn into a big loss. And then the next one is the distance from the exit price. This tells you, okay, from where you exited, what did it do? So in the techno, wherever I exited, it's 13 cents above. What you'd want to see is a negative number, of course. What you don't want to see is, okay, where you exit something and then you see a distance from the exit price, like $2 or $3, depending on the price of the security, of course. But what you want to see is a nice big negative number. Except in this case, this was a short, so you'd want to see a positive number. Anyway, I think it's a good gauge, a decent gauge, just to take, to have the max P&L and the distance from the exit price gives you a bit of an idea about how good are your exits. And again, this would have been terrible to let 468 turn into a $123 loss. Really? I don't know what we have no control about who you're linking to, Ahmed, okay? It's one of the problems. They don't care. Like Thinkorswim couldn't give a whatever if we link to them or not. But I'm glad it's working better. Never had it, so I don't know how bad it was. It's the one reason why I didn't have interactive brokers until 2016, though, because we did not link to them very well at all. And it was terrible. But I guess when they started this Brokerage Plus and said, okay, we have to find out a way to link to interactive brokers. And they contacted IB. And I think they kind of work with them a little bit. And IB really hasn't changed anything in 8 years. So that helps. All right. Now this serve is getting interesting to me on a potential hold. Just waiting to see if this can close near the high of the day. You can get out, and I think that's what Manish did. You can get out in the pre-market. Yep. You just can't initiate a trade in the pre-market or in the post-market. But if you're in a position, yes, you can get out. Yeah, I was going to say. All right, guys, it's 2:30. If there are no more questions, I'm going to take off. I'll hang around for another minute or so in case there's a question. What I'm going to do now is in our YouTube room, I'll put a way in which you can get into the main room. Okay, so this is for the YouTubers. If you click on my homepage link, and at the top here is Trading Room. Okay, so if you're in YouTube and you do want to, get into the trading room, you can do it right here. Okay, and William will keep it open till about 4 o'clock. I won't be on nobody will be talking. There's no screen sharing, but there's still plenty of traders still in there. Okay, guys, thanks a lot for all the help. We'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll open the room. I'll be on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Have a great evening. We'll see you tomorrow. Okay, let me hop back in. Okay, I may have misspoke. I mean, I'm actually trying to get a clarification. It doesn't make sense to me that if you're in a trade that the way I interpreted it, and I may be wrong, that you could only initiate trades during market hours. But if you knew what you were doing, you wanted to get out of a trade in the pre-market or post-market, you could do so. I think the reason why we didn't want, we sort of limited or got rid of the pre-market is because people didn't understand that they could not go market orders in Brokerage Plus, and they didn't understand. It was leading to all sorts of questions coming in. But so I'm not 100% sure. Okay, I profess I'm not 100% sure. I'm trying to get an answer on it.